SiriusXM for Tuesday, November 5th. I'm Andrew Walworth, and I'm joined by RCP President and co-founder Tom Bevan and Washington Bureau Chief Carl Cannon. The election is here. Tom, it's a pretty exciting night. We've talked a lot about vibes during this election, Tom. What are your vibes saying? What are you feeling right now?
It's a high anxiety election. I mean, you can feel it when you talk to friends and family and people around the country. I mean, it seems like turnout is massive, and it seems like everybody is sort of on pins and needles. And this is by all indications, this is going to be a very, very close election. I think both sides are feeling confident about their chances, but obviously, only one side is going to end up on the winning side by the end of the night, or whenever we end up.
By the end of the night?
Well, whenever we end up figuring it out. It could take days. Who knows? But it certainly there is a tension in this election, and has been for some time, that this is my fifth or sixth presidential race, that they've all had a little bit of anxiety, but this one seems to be, as the great Nigel Tufnell would say, this one goes to 11.
Well, this is my 10th election, and I second that, Tom. But I don't ever remember an election where exit polls showed that 71% of the American people fear there'll be violence at the end of the election, and each side blames the other for that too. But Andy, you said there'll only be one winner, but we might get a split decision.
Right.
We might get the Senate, going Republican. We kind of half expect that. We don't know what the House is going to do. The House usually goes the way the presidential race goes. We don't know that either. If one party wins all three, well, that almost would be a surprise to me.
Yeah. So when you look at the swing states, though, Tom, what are the sort of last numbers we know about the swing states? Last time I looked, Kamala Harris was still leading in 2 of the 7 swing states.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about how close this race has been, and it ends in a similar fashion. I mean, Trump has leads in Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia. In North Carolina and Georgia, he's just over 1%. In Arizona, he's approaching 3%. But the remainder, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, are all 0.6% or less in our averages. And Harris leads by 0.4 in Wisconsin, 0.5 in Michigan, and the big one, which is Pennsylvania, Trump leads in our average by 0.4%. So, I mean, that's within the margin of error. It could go either way, and the old cliche, it all comes down to turnout, Andy, of course.
I want to talk about turnout in a minute, but Carl, I want to talk about the polls and for a moment here, because there's been some questions, especially in the last couple days, about whether the polls, not only are they accurate, but why are they all coming together? Why are they sort of grouping together around this sort of break even or sort of a even split, 48.5, 48.5 in the RealClear average. Our polls, they call it herding, Herding, not hurting, herding. Do you think that might be what's going on with these pollsters?
A cynic would say that these pollsters don't want to get away from the herd because they don't want to jeopardize their relationship with their corporate clients when this is over. They don't really make much money doing politics. They make more money with this other kind of polling. I'm not a cynic. I don't know about that. The other explanation, Andy, is that it's just that close. Mm-hmm. A 0.1% in the popular vote, that seems crazy. But over the weekend, we had this poll by Ann Selzer in Des Moines, in the Iowa poll.
Right, the register poll, right.
Yeah, and she's a very respected pollster that showed a number that blew everybody's mind. She had Kamala Harris leading in Iowa. Trump carried that, by 8 points last time, Tom? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if that number's right, if she wins Iowa, we're looking at an electoral college landslide. The other data doesn't point that out. Ann Selzer was interviewed by the New York Times and other people, and she said, I've been an outlier all my life. I stand by my numbers. I'm not afraid to be wrong. She may be wrong, but she is not a herder. She's a person who does her own work. Now, the poll could be mistaken for various reasons. But the other thing is, this time more than ever, we have a country of 333 million people, 330 million. We have 50 states plus the District of Columbia that give electoral votes. And yet we're only looking at the same 7 states, and everybody's doing it. And now, today, tonight, as these election returns roll in, we're really looking at counties.
Right.
And some of those counties are familiar. They're important every 4 years. Maricopa County in Arizona, Bucks County in Pennsylvania, also Northampton and Erie County in Pennsylvania, Wayne County, Michigan. DeKalb and Cobb and Fayette in Georgia.
Right.
And so it seems crazy that we're talking about maybe a dozen counties that will decide everything.
Yeah. And Tom, we're talking about turnout, as you said, and that is the cliche, that it all comes down to turnout. So many people turned out early this time around.
Yeah.
But we also are hearing about the ground game and especially the Harris effort in Pennsylvania to get out last-minute voters. CNN has a poll that says 80% of voters have decided on their presidential vote before September 1st. So does this last-minute ground game really matter? Or between the early voting and people making up their mind early, we may not know the results, but the results have been baked in for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to that, right? I mean, and this is the case. The number of people who are truly undecided or who are last-minute deciders is pretty darn small. I mean, even if you're going to vote on election day, most people have made up their minds, not just a week ago, but a month ago, or even a year ago in some cases.
Most people vote the R and the R or the D, right?
Kamala Harris, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Kamala Harris wasn't the nominee, but even then, I think Republicans were going to vote for Trump, and a lot of Democrats were going to vote for whomever was on the ballot. So that being said, that small slice becomes very, very important in an election that is as tight as this one is, and getting to these lower propensity voters is also very, very important, and it is a lot of work for these campaigns to get past their and find those people who didn't vote last time, who are on the fence or whatever, and it could make a difference. It probably will make a difference in this election in a lot of these states, which are, as we said, I mean, less than half a point deciding 4 or 5 of these states. It's going to be ridiculously close.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, the way to look at it is if there's 20% of the voters hadn't made up their mind in September, and this thing is going to be won on the margin, that's the you've got to go after those last-minute voters, right?
But Andy, when you talk about the ground game or the get-out-the-vote efforts, that now includes those early votes, the mail-in voters. Something like 84 million people voted before the sun came up this morning, and part of the parties, and my guess is the Democrats are better at this than the Republicans, but we'll find out. Part of that is identifying those people, making sure they have mail-in ballots, making sure they know how to fill them out, making sure they fill them out correctly. I voted today in Arlington, Virginia. There's like 9 Democrats there handing you a ballot, telling you how to vote. Uh-huh. There's no Republican there. Now, that's a county that's going to be overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris, but it's going to be more overwhelmingly than it would have been if there had been 9 Republicans too. And so I just think the Democrats, they really they do this work. They walk the precincts. They do all this stuff. If this is a very close election that we think it is, that might prove the difference.
Yeah, except, Tom, that we look at the early numbers, and you can't, I think institutionally we feel the early voting doesn't tell you that much. Other people think it tells you a lot. But it does look like in early voting, the RNC has gotten out a lot of Republicans to vote, many more than in 2020. So even though we always think of Democrats as having the stronger ground game, this time around it looks like it's a more even playing field.
It is, and then the question is, and we've had this debate, that doesn't really tell you, right, what the final turnout is going to be for Republicans. If you're just cannibalizing folks who would otherwise turn out on election day, then then it doesn't make that much of a difference. But as Mark Penn, we're going to talk to Mark a little bit later in the show. He wrote a piece today about mail-in ballots and why it's important to get those votes banked early, because things happen. There's weather. You have to stay late at work. You get sick, or you have a family member sick, or whatever. I mean, and if that's 10% of voters that have something that happens during the day that prohibits them from, if they waited until they were going to vote on election day, and for whatever reason they don't get to vote, that's a missed opportunity. And traditionally, Republicans had been the party that waited, and Trump was part of this, right? He said, don't put your ballot in the mail, show up and make sure, you vote on election day. Republicans have totally changed their orientation on that, and it is showing up in the early numbers, but the question is, well, what does that mean for election day turnout?
Yeah. Well, you're listening to Real Clear Politics on Sirius XM. It's election night. I'm Andrew Walworth. I'm here with Tom Bevan and Carl Cannon. We're going to take a very quick break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about some of those specific states that close just within the hour. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this. On Sirius XM. I'm Andrew Walworth, and I'm here with Tom Bevan and Carl Cannon. I want to look ahead just a little bit now to 7 p.m. That's when a bunch of states start to close. We'll be looking at a close in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Although we have this bomb threat in Fulton County, which means they've extended voting in some polling places in Georgia. Carl, we heard about these threats earlier. They're coming from Russia, supposedly. But what do you make of these states that are closing, and what will you be watching for?
Well, I'll be watching most intently at North Carolina, and I'll tell you why. Tom pointed this.
South Carolina.
No.
Not North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Okay, right.
Tom pointed this out a couple of weeks ago. Trump carried North Carolina. It's the only one of these swing states he carried both times. But he carried about 3.6, 3.7% in 2016. Carried by like 1.5%
1.3.
1.3 last time. That's not a good trend line for the Republicans. And more people, there have been a lot of migration. I don't mean migrants from South America. I mean migrants from New Jersey and New York.
Right.
Moving to South Carolina, taking jobs in the Triangle, taking jobs in the Charlotte area. And if that state's trending that way, that changes the map a little bit. So I think North Carolina could be the key. We've talked about this. Everybody says Pennsylvania. Okay, I know Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. But if Kamala Harris carries North Carolina, she can lose all those states in the upper Midwest. She doesn't need to carry the blue wall. Right. And she could still win. If she'd have to carry Nevada or Arizona.
Well, just before we go, just so our listeners know, North Carolina closes at 7:30, not 7 o'clock. So you can get out there.
Well, I didn't reveal election returns. I didn't give numbers out.
No, I just wanted people to know 7:30 for North Carolina, 7 o'clock for South Carolina. But go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, and Indiana, most of Indiana just closed at 6, and Eastern Kentucky. I'm not sure how much that's going to tell us, as we're trying to, look at counties in Indiana. I do think, I mentioned this earlier. I think Virginia is a state to really pay attention to. It's a state that does close at 7, and it is a state that Biden won by 10 points in 2020. Hillary Clinton only won it by 5.4. And so, that's a state that moved 5 points from 2016 to 2020. Polls have it back around 5 points. And, if you look at, in particular, Chesapeake County and Virginia Beach, those are counties that Trump won in 2016 narrowly. They flipped to Biden. They're on the Eastern Shore, and so we'll see when those result. And there's a competitive House race there too. So
is that Virginia 2 or Virginia 7?
That's Virginia 2.
Virginia 2.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And so I think Virginia is going to be an early tell, but I also agree with Carl. North Carolina. What's important about that is if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina, then she potentially has the ability to lose Pennsylvania and still win the election. If she can pick off another state, most likely Nevada, where, by all accounts, it's going to be pretty close there. Arizona seems like Trump's got a little bit of an edge, but it will be crazy if she wins this election by winning, just 2 of the 3, losing Pennsylvania, but replacing those 19 electoral votes with 22 electoral votes by winning North Carolina and Nevada. That would be something.
Yeah. Virginia is interesting because Trump was there on Saturday. He actually was in the state trying to win it. In 2020, the AP called Virginia for Democrats 36 minutes after the polls closed. So it'll be different this time around. We'll see if Trump makes it competitive.
Well, if it's 37
know.
minutes, do we have a ball game?
Well, that is a state, though, as I mentioned, Trump lost that state by 212,000 votes in 2016. In 2020, he lost it by 451,000. It was a blowout.
Right.
It was an absolute blowout. And so it seems like the state has reverted more back to 2016. And remember, before Biden dropped out, we had polls showing not only that race tied in Virginia, but Trump actually moving ahead of Biden. So, and Governor Youngkin has said he thinks it's more competitive there. They've got 3 competitive House races. The Senate race isn't as competitive, but nevertheless, I think Virginia, there's a lot of action in Virginia. It seems like turnout is going to be off the charts in Virginia and everywhere else. So I don't know who that benefits, but
yeah,
it could be a state to watch for sure.
And you watch Virginia too because they, what happens, I guess, in Virginia is you get this big lead that the Democrats get out of the northern suburbs, the D.C. suburbs, basically. And then as the night goes on, you get more and more of the rural votes, and it sort of evens out. But Carl, you voted in Virginia. It's your state.
Yeah, I voted. I vote in Arlington, where if you are going to vote Republican, you would just lie about it. You wouldn't admit that to anyone. But there's an interesting Senate race there, and it's a Vietnamese refugee, Hung Cao, who's running against incumbent Senate Tim Kaine
of CNN of Saturday Night Live. Yeah.
Well, that was weird. They put him on because he's the senator here, but you don't hear much about him. And he was Hillary Clinton's running mate. He's not an obscure person, but people
that was the joke on SNL.
Yeah,
Nobody knew who he was.
It's
He's been forgotten.
Like that, a line in Tombstone. Oh, Johnny, I forgot you were there. That's Val Kilmer playing Doc Holliday. Well, but he's a retired United States Navy captain, officer, very attractive, very conservative candidate. And again, if he comes, he doesn't have to defeat. He'd like to beat Tim Kaine, but if he comes close, that will tell us maybe something about these Senate races that lie further ahead in the evening.
Yeah. Well, you're listening to Real Clear Politics on Sirius XM. Andrew Walworth, and I'm talking with
Breaking
Bevan
news.
Carl Cannon. Go ahead.
Breaking news. There's 2% in Indiana, and Trump's winning 71% of the vote there.
You ruined his outro.
Tells you everything you know. No, this is the outro. This is just the transition, just to remind people where we are in the show. But I want to talk about Georgia for a second because Georgia, critical swing state, obviously. Polls are supposed to close at 7. As I said earlier, they're going to keep some of the polls open a little later. But Georgia, at least according to the people who run the election there, they're going to be able to report earlier than they have in the past, and that's supposed to be a good thing. Carl, is that going to happen?
Well, they had a mess of a system last time, and they looked, they look to Florida and they think, why can't we do this? This is a neighboring state. They can count the votes in minutes. And, Georgia took when they had this runoff. I mean, it took months, not literally, but now they've streamlined their system. You have a very popular governor there who's had his Republican governor who's had battles with Donald Trump.
I thought it was Jim Crow 2.0.
Yeah. See,
Right.
that's when I knew Joe Biden might be slipping when he said that. But you've had these two very interesting and powerful women in Georgia. Stacey Abrams, who everybody knows about, she's a member of the state legislature. She ran for governor against Brian Kemp. She lost. She said she was an election denier, and she said that he had fiddled with the voting rolls when he was Secretary of State, and she embarked on this well-financed, well-oiled voter registration drive, and people from all walks all over the country contributed to it. Billionaires, Democratic, dark blue money, and when one of the casualties was Kelly Loeffler, who was a senator. She lost narrowly, and you had these two senators, John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, won, and Trump lost the state in 220. Well, Kelly Loeffler didn't just take that lying down. She spent the last 2 years registering Republican voters and identifying conservatives and getting them to the polls. It's all above board what's going on in Georgia. They're going to have high turnout there because of these two women, one conservative, one liberal, and I think it's going to be close. The Republicans there, though, expressed a kind of confidence. I talked to them today that they didn't have 2 years ago or 4 years ago.
And Tom, Georgia was moving in Trump's direction in the Real Clear average, wasn't it? I mean, Georgia seemed to be one of those states that was moving decisively towards Trump, at least until the last week or so.
Yeah, I mean, it was. Trump had a lead over 2 percentage points for the last, week of October. As of November 1st, he was up 2.5 points, and then that has closed to 1.3 in our average. So Harris got a good, couple of final polls there, a little bit more favorable. But again, the preponderance of the data suggests that Trump's ahead in almost, I think we've got maybe 12 polls in our average, and he's ahead in 10 of them. So it seems like he's got a bit of an edge there. But again, 1.3% is pretty darn close.
Yeah. And two other states close at 7:30 tonight, Ohio and West Virginia. And not particularly close in terms of the presidential race, but in terms of the Senate, two very interesting races for two different reasons. Carl, let's take West Virginia first. I mean, that's the state that's going to give the Republicans the Senate, perhaps, right?
Well, Joe Manchin was, a very popular guy, former governor, moderate, centrist. If this country had a third party, people like Greg Orman, who we're going to have on later tonight, and me would be an independent or centrist party. That would have been Manchin's party. But he was a Democrat. He came up as a Democrat, an old style West Virginia Democrat when that meant something different than it means today. And he's going to be the last statewide Democrat elected in a while, I think, in that state. So that's gone. Then everybody turns their attention to Montana, and
break anytime.
John Tester. Well, we're going to have Dane Strother on. He's out in Montana tonight. He's worked for John Tester, and that's an uphill battle for them. So West Virginia is one seat. They need a couple. We'll see.
And let's talk about Ohio quickly, just because we know that Sherrod Brown is attempting to fend off.
That race has
Gordon
gotten
Marino.
very tight.
Very tight race,
Yeah,
right?
and Sherrod Brown's popular in his state, but he's too liberal for the state. He's sort of not quite the Manchin problem. Ohio's now dependently Republican statewide elections. Donald Trump's poised to carry it, but that thing has gotten very tight.
Well, not only very tight. I mean, Moreno has surged at the end. The final 4 polls taken in this race have him leading by 1, 3, 3, and 1 has it tied. So he's now ahead by almost 2 points in our RealClearPolitics average. And the final polls for Trump in Ohio were also pretty darn good. So that's a race that Republicans are feeling very bullish about.
Great. Well, you're listening to Real Clear Politics on Sirius XM. I'm Andrew Walworth. I've got Carl Cannon and Tom Bevan with me. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more Real Clear Politics after this. welcome back to Real Clear Politics on Sirius XM. I'm Andrew Walworth. I'm here with Tom Bevan and Carl Cannon. And, Tom, there is a red wave out there that we should talk about. It's not the one we might have anticipated, but what's going on?
Well, the Republicans managed to flip a seat. Republican Kimberly King Hines, she won the delegate race in the Northern Marianas Islands, and there was talk that Republicans might control the 3 delegate seats in the Pacific for the first time, I think, ever. So I think that's the early red wave.
Well, Carl, any tea leaves there?
No.
Nothing to be had.
Still worth noting. I want to move forward a little bit in time too. We're just gonna. So I'm trying to map out the night for people. But at 8 o'clock, that's when a bunch of states close, and that's also around 8 o'clock. That's when there'll be parties starting in D.C. And in Florida. One for Kamala Harris, one for Donald Trump, and the Kamala Harris one is on the campus of Howard University, right down the street from where we are right now. So that'll be interesting. Trump's going to have 2 parties. One will be at the Convention Center at West Palm Beach. That's his election night watch party. And another for top donors will be at Mar-a-Lago, and that's called the election night celebration. We will have Phil Wegman at one or both of those parties, depending on how much money he gave this time around, right, Tom?
No, Phil is down there. He'll be reporting. We'll be checking in with him periodically throughout the night to get sort of the vibe check from Trump land and see kind of how they're feeling. I mean, obviously they're feeling confident at this point, but we'll see whether, as the night goes on, whether that moves at all and whether that confidence was maybe misplaced or not. Obviously, it's too early in the night to make any assumptions about that.
Well, through the magic of technology, Phil Wegman is with us right now.
Oh, there he is.
From Florida. So, Phil, how are you doing, and what's the vibe down there?
The Trump campaign is optimistic because, of course, how could they be anything else? Both of these campaigns are insisting that they're about to have a very good night, and instead we'll just have to stay up late and see if they were accurate.
And where are you, Phil?
I am in the Palm Beach Convention Center. There's the donor gathering at Mar-a-Lago, and then there's this large convention hall that the Trump campaign rented out, and Trump is expected to make remarks here at some point during the night. But to answer your question from just a second ago, I didn't make any political contributions, and even if I had, I don't think I would have been anywhere close to getting on those lists.
And is he going to announce victory, you think? That's sort of, I guess, the fear and the hope, depending on how you view him. But right now, there's some question as to how he's going to react to the night's news one way or the other.
When Donald Trump cast his ballot earlier today, he was asked this question, and he said, "I would be happy to concede if I lose, and it's fair." Of course, knowing what we know about Donald Trump over the last decade of observing him, of course he's not going to concede. If he loses, he will argue that this election was rigged. If he is ahead, he will say that it was on the level. I was just speaking to one of his close confidants, and I put this to him. I said, there's no way that Donald Trump, win or lose, is going to say anything other than a declaration of victory. And they're sort of putting their heads down. They're still doing the work, and so they're not even considering the possibility that they might lose.
Phil, what's the? There's been a lot of talk about the early vote and Republican ground game. What's the sense down there about where they? My sense was, and the folks I talked to, they felt pretty good about where they ended up. And then Charlie Kirk, who's running a lot of the Republican ground game, tweeted out something on X a few hours ago and said, "Turnout's mixed. We're not where we need to be," and it sort of sent panic through the MAGA universe. What's the sense of how they feel about where their ground game is right now?
This has been one of the biggest question marks because of some court decisions and FEC decisions. Campaigns are now allowed to coordinate with super PACs when it comes to get out the vote efforts, and the RNC largely contracted this out to Turning Point USA as well as Elon Musk's America PAC. I've talked to a lot of grassroots organizers, folks who have been doing this for a long time in very competitive races in swing states, and they have been unimpressed with what they've seen from Turning Point USA and from America PAC thus far. Meanwhile, Democrats, organizing remains their bread and butter, and so there's some hesitation, and they're waiting to see if those fears that they had about that get out the vote effort are overblown or well placed. We'll hopefully find out soon.
One more question, Phil, because I don't like to talk about exit polls that much, but they did release a wave of exit polls indicating that, people were dissatisfied, even angry with the current state of things. There was some numbers on, Trump's favorability rating versus Harris. Again, I don't want to make too much of it because we've known exit polls have been wrong, very wrong in the past. But was there any reaction from Team Trump to any of those early exit waves that came out?
Not that I've seen just now in terms of exit polls. What I have heard from the Harris campaign is that they are particularly bullish with what they're seeing coming out of Pennsylvania. They see the Puerto Rican vote in Philadelphia on track to exceed the 2020 total. That is, a positive for them. They also are seeing incredibly long lines on college campuses. If they're able to activate those two constituencies, young people and Puerto Ricans, they think that benefits them. Meanwhile, in North Carolina, they think that the Republican rural vote is softer than it ought to be, and they think that they're running the score up in Durham. But right now these campaigns they're looking at the same numbers that all of us are. What they're not doing just yet is sharing details about their internal polling, and we will have to wait for some time to actually perhaps take a closer look at those.
Well, we are streaming on our site, RCP, as we're also on XM radio. So Phil will be back throughout the evening, and when we talk about things that are coming up in the program, some of those guests will be only on the RCP site. So what we hope you'll do is keep a bunch of windows open, keep your XM window open, but also open up RealClearPolitics.com after 7 o'clock, because we're going to continue the conversation there. Carl?
Well, also, Phil's got to write a story for me, then I've got to edit it tonight. So Tom and Andy are
cracking the whip, Phil.
Yeah, really abusing our star young reporter. I would also urge our listeners, if you haven't already, Phil did a wonderful curtain raiser on the election. It ran this morning, but while you're waiting for election returns, I urge you to read it. It reminds us all of where we've come in this extraordinary election. A guy who's been indicted, convicted of felonies. They shot him twice. They put half of his aides in jail already, even while complaining that if he wins, he wants to put them in jail. Joe Biden was the president. We thought we'd have to dislodge him, with some men in white coats to get him out of it, but he finally did get out of there. Kamala Harris surged to the lead. It's been a very interesting campaign, and Phil sums it up pretty nicely.
So, Phil, as you look forward to tonight, what's one or two things that you'll be watching for in particular?
Donald Trump earlier today made explicit his playbook when he said that he believes that the number one issue in this election is immigration. Now, his campaign and some of his confidants, and certainly a lot of the public polling told us, no, immigration is not number one. Instead, it might be a second or third issue. It's the economy, which remains first and foremost. And for Trump to bet that immigration is what's going to swing this election is going to be pretty interesting. We'll see if that plays out. The other thing that I'm very curious to see is whether or not low propensity voters, young white males turn out in big numbers for Trump. He's bet the farm on these voters by going on Joe Rogan, on Bussin' with the Boys, on the Nelk Boys podcast. It's easy to listen to pro-Trump content. It's another thing to leave the house and make a plan to vote. We'll see if he can turn them out. Those are two things I'm looking for right now.
Great. Well, you're listening to Real Clear Politics on Sirius XM. We've been talking to Phil Wegman. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be joined by Lanny Davis, and Sean Trendy is going to be joining us as well. So we'll be right back after this. Back to Real Clear Politics on Sirius XM. I'm Andrew Walworth. I'm joined by Carl Cannon, Tom, and Sean Trendy is here as well. It's a little bit crazy over here tonight. So, but we're all here. Sean, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me.
And Sean, I've been asking everyone, what is the main thing you'll be looking for tonight?
Well, you know, we follow the early states as they come in. Indiana and Kentucky are pretty heavily Republican states. We want to know whether or not, Donald Trump is doing better or worse than he did in 2020. But then we get, in another 15 minutes or so, a pretty wide range of states that'll really give us a much better chance about what's going on, to understand what's going on.
And I'm just checking with our producers. Is Lanny Davis on the line with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, good. There's Lanny. So, Lanny, same question to you. What is the main thing you'll be looking for tonight?
I'll see the outcome of the polls that I've heard a little bit about as to what's the most important issue motivating voters. And to me, the early answer of democracy or anything other than immigration is a good sign for Kamala Harris. To the extent it's immigration and the economy, it's probably not a good sign. So I'm looking for the answers to what's most important to you as an indicator.
And that'll be in the you'll be watching for that in the exit polls, correct?
Well, yes, I'm hearing results from early voting on that issue, and I've heard that the choice of democracy, at least in one sample in Pennsylvania, was higher than immigration, but I'm looking for little tiny crumbs to be happy about.
Well, Lanny, this is Carl. You think you sounded positive when I talked to you earlier today. So I have a couple of
Yes.
Democratic friends. I know parties put out spin, but you don't ever spin me. So, I mean, you tried back when I was working for the Baltimore Sun, and we decided we would just go in a different direction, tell each other the truth. So
I have to interrupt to let everyone know that at the White House, when I started, the press secretary, Mike McCurry, told me about Carl Cannon. I said, what's he like besides working for the Baltimore Sun? And McCurry said, he's unspinnable.
All right. So
That's
now,
true.
all right, we have that established. So why are you feeling positive about tonight? What signs do you see?
Primarily, the ending of a campaign narrative is usually the best predictor. And if you own the narrative and it's positive, you're likely to win. If the other guy is negative, you're likely to win, or the reverse. In my own case, when I ran for Congress, the last couple of weeks turned out to be a negative narrative, and I was the only one that knew I was going to lose, even though the polls suggested I would win in a race for Congress in Montgomery County, Maryland. My judgment at this stage, and why I decided to go public, is that the last week, the negative narrative led by Mr. Trump himself, instead of focusing on the economy and immigration, became about him. And that was always our wish. And in a tight election, that's why I'm optimistic that Harris will win tonight.
Lanny, what's the? This is Tom Bevan.
Hey, Tom.
We talked about the exit polls a little bit, but what states or counties are you watching in particular that, as these polls start to come in, the votes start to come in, that you think are most important, or will give you the best indication of whether Harris is in fact going to have a great night tonight?
So I wish I could tell you the names of the counties in the suburbs of Dane County in Wisconsin, and of course, the suburbs of Philadelphia. Those are the two places that when the returns come in, I hope I can identify those counties. But the suburban Republican vote will either elect Harris president, or by failure to do what happened in 2022, which helped Democrats from a red wave, it will certainly guarantee the election of Donald Trump if those suburbs don't cross over from normal Republican voting patterns to support Harris.
If Kamala Harris wins tonight, becomes the president of the United States, I'd like our listeners to know that Lanny Davis and Dane Strother, who we're going to have on later, had a hand in it, an underrated hand. They both wrote columns for Real Clear Politics. I edited them myself, calling on Joe Biden to step aside after that disastrous debate performance. They did that before James Carville did it. James has gotten a lot of credit. And they did it before Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Barack Obama. And Lanny, you must, if Kamala Harris wins, I guess you're going to take a bow, right?
Well, I got a lot of pain from an old friend named Joe Biden and the people around him in the White House when they read the headline. Not only did I say it's time to pass the torch, but I named Kamala Harris as the only one who could possibly take the torch. It was impossible for her not to be anointed and endorsed by President Biden. So in both cases, I made a lot of people who I'm close to unhappy because they thought, as they were saying on television, it's his decision, it's his decision. But I decided I wanted him to know the only way I could communicate him was through Carl Cannon and the Real Clear Politics column.
So, Lanny, if Harris loses tonight, are you going to get a phone call saying, "I told you so"?
I get a lot of phone calls. I told you so.
Lenny,
Yes.
I'm just curious because you hear a lot of sort of apocalyptic talk on both sides about what's at stake at this election. But and I know you're working on your autobiography right now. When you look at this election, do you see it that way? Is it critical? Is it pivotal, or does the country survive, move on, and the institutions sort of win out at the end?
So this is my head versus my heart speaking at each other. My heart tells me it's pivotal because I have children and grandchildren, in 2 generations of children, older and younger, and 6 grandchildren. And I do fear, in emotion, the election of Donald Trump because I take what he says seriously. And I fear democratic institutions can be undermined by a president that calls presidential power extreme, which is contrary to James Madison's concept of checks and balances. But on the other hand, I want my fellow Democrats to know that if Donald Trump wins, the first thing we need to do is start to listen to his voters and figure out why we've lost them. We've lost Democratic grassroots voters to Donald Trump. And the map of America by county is almost all red. If he wins, that's the question I'm asking my fellow Democrats. Why did we lose so many Democrats to Donald Trump?
And what do you think the answer to that is?
We stopped listening. We started to be driven by our base, which is always the rule in politics, never alienate your base. And I'm sorry to say there are members, especially of the House Progressive Caucus, that put us all at risk, who believe that sometimes you have to speak contrary to your base. Bill Clinton taught us that when he talked about the third way, and he was criticized by the left and he was criticized by the right. But that's what happened to the Democratic Party, is we're so fearful of our base that we ended up losing a lot of working class voters. That's my analysis.
Well, Lanny, Kamala Harris seems like in a way, an unlikely messenger, for what you're talking about now. Just, Donald Trump, we've talked about this. Here's a billionaire from New York, and he's suddenly the hero of the working man. But Kamala Harris is one of the most progressive. She was one of the most progressive people in the Senate. She comes out of my own town of San Francisco, very liberal place. She's saying the right things. She's, I'll have a Republican in my cabinet. I'll work for the people who didn't vote for me. But Joe Biden said that too, and he didn't really do it. And I'm wondering if independent voters, if she convinced them that she's sincere and will do what you're talking about.
It's my biggest worry about her campaign, that she wasn't ready to alienate the base by saying words unpopular with the base.
2 minutes.
For example, hard, strong language about securing the border right from the get-go. Not necessarily a politics of joy, a politics of toughness about the border. It was Ed Muskie in 1972 who said we should not let the Republicans be the law and order party just because we're liberals. In those days, we called ourselves liberals. So that, to me, looking back, if she loses, was a fear of our base if she talked that type of language.
Well, we've got about 1 minute left, Tom, and then we're going to wrap up our XM part of the show, but we'll be continuing on the RCP site. But with 1 minute left, moments away from states starting to close, what's the first thing you'll be looking for when the polls close in about 7 minutes?
Well, I mean, Georgia's the big one in this next round of closers. Florida's going to close. That doesn't seem to be very competitive. Most of Florida, I shouldn't say. The Panhandle, of course, will close a little bit later. But Georgia's the one where
1 minute.
This is where both campaigns have expended a lot of effort. Trump seems to have an edge there, be ahead in the polls, because as we talked about earlier, that's a state that Democrats have worked very hard in and certainly moved it substantially in their direction from 2016 to 2020. And the question is whether they'll be able to hold that state or not.
Well, we're going to have to leave it there, guys. This has been great. You've been listening to Real Clear Politics on Sirius XM. I'm Andrew Walworth. I've been with Tom
30.
Bevan, Carl Cannon, Sean Trendy, and Lanny Davis. And we had a Phil Wakeman in as well. So have a great election night. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Hey, and welcome back to Real Clear Politics. Now we are on the RCP site exclusively for the rest of the evening. It's going to be very exciting. I'm Andrew Walworth. I'm the Chief Content Officer here at Real Clear Politics, and I've got with me Carl Cannon, Sean Trendy, and Tom Bevan. 7 p.m., a few minutes after 7. Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont and Virginia have all closed, although I guess in Georgia there are going to be some polls will be kept up a little later in Fulton County because
Thanks to the Russians.
Yeah, thanks to the Russians. So, Tom, what's the news at 7:05 p.m.?
Well, Kentucky's been called for Donald Trump, and Indiana has now as well, and Vermont has been called for Kamala Harris. And so obviously the big prize in the 7 o'clock hour is Georgia. That is expected to be very close. I think we had Donald Trump leading by about 1.3 points in our last final Real Clear Politics average. He's leading in about, I think, 10 of the 12 polls, final polls there. So he definitely has an edge, but still close, still competitive. And so that's the state that obviously Democrats moved pretty substantially in their direction, and to win it by, what was it, 11,000 something votes in 2020?
Right.
Whatever Donald Trump wanted to find. And so we'll see whether, Trump can take that back. He won it by 5 points, 4.5 points, I think, in 2016 against Hillary Clinton.
Well, Georgia is a state, if you look at the map, the Republicans probably have to carry, Tom, if they're putting their electoral map together. This slight lead, will it hold? We are not sure if all these new voters that were registered will show up. But the Republicans had a good 2 years of registering, identifying conservatives in rural counties and suburbs, and getting them assigned, get on the voting rolls. So, will they show up? We don't. I'm trying to think of another way, Andy, to say it all depends on turnout.
It all depends on turnout.
Sean, what are you looking for in Georgia?
Yeah, whoever gets the most votes will likely win it. No, look, for Georgia, obviously it is rural turnout. Can Donald Trump maintain the enthusiasm that he had from 2016 and 2020 among rural voters? There's kind of two parts of the equation there. He needs to stanch the bleeding with suburban Republicans, who are a huge portion of the vote there in the Atlanta suburbs. But then, he's also hoping he can make some gains with black voters, who are a substantial portion of the Georgia electorate as well. So those are really the northern suburbs around Atlanta for the white vote, the southern suburbs to see how the black vote is trending. Those are the real kind of interesting questions we're going to have answered this election.
And what about men versus women, Sean? That has been something that we've been hearing about for at least the last 2 weeks or so.
Yeah, that's not something that really does that much for me. There is going to be a huge gender gap. That seems guaranteed. But, if women are up a point or two and they split 60-40, that actually doesn't have, unless it's a very close race, doesn't impact the results the same as if Donald Trump were to get, say, 45% of the Hispanic vote. So it really does just depend on a number of demographic factors, and it's hard to just boil it down to one.
But Andy, you talk about the women's vote in all these swing states. In the early vote, the women were voted more than men. That's typical now in this country. But in 5 of the 7 swing states, not Nevada, not Arizona, the female vote was about 55%, not 52 or 53. So if women are voting in either greater percentage than they normally vote, and voting in greater percentage for the Democrat than they normally vote, that's a good sign for the Democrats.
That number doesn't tell you that. It only tells you that women are probably more organized and more motivated and
to vote early.
And the dudes are,
I think I'll vote today.
Yeah.
Well, I guess these early exit polls from Georgia are showing 82% of blacks voting for Harris, the balance, for Trump. Sean, is that a higher or lower number than Republicans would like to see in Georgia if they're going to carry the state?
I mean, look, the highest vote share a Republican has gotten since the Civil Rights Act nationally is about 11% of the vote. It might have gone up to 12 one year. But so anything substantial that Donald Trump gets among black voters beyond that is going to be significant. You know, we're going to pay a lot of attention to who wins or who loses, but even if Donald Trump loses, you know, making those type of gains with black voters is going to be a significant thing that affects a lot of the discourse around parties and party strategies.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about Virginia for a second, Carl. That's your home state. They closed at 7 o'clock as well. Couple of House races there people will be watching. But also just in general, if Trump does well in Virginia, even if he doesn't win it, people think that that could mean something for the nation as a whole. I've been told that's a state to be watched by all the people that I've been talking to.
Well, I'll correct you though, Andy. It's my home state. I've only lived there 40 years, so I still consider California my home state.
But I know where your heart really is in Stevensville, Maryland. That's what I know.
Here's the thing about Virginia. You've got an interesting Senate race there. Maybe it'll be a blowout. That's what the early polls showed. It seemed to be tightening recently. And the other thing is Virginia going to be a landslide for the Democrats the way it was in 2020, or a comfortable but less of a landslide as it was in 2016? Trump lost it both times, but if he replicates the 2016 thing in Virginia, if he loses by 4 or 5 points instead of 8 or 10, then this thing is going to be close all night long. You agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's probably right. You can tell a lot by comparing things to 2020 and 2016, and even in things that aren't necessarily the most competitive, get a sense of where things are going to turn out.
Yeah. And what about these two congressional districts, Sean? We're talking about Virginia 2 and Virginia 7 keep coming up as two congressional districts to watch. Why are those important?
Well, those are two kind of harbinger districts. They're districts that they're both suburban, but not, kind of inner suburban areas. It's not Fairfax County, Virginia. It's the southern suburbs of D.C. And then Virginia Beach. And so you have a Republican in the Virginia 2 area. You have a Democrat open seat in the northern Virginia seat. If those seats go Republican, you have a pretty good indication it's going to be a very good night for Republicans. Democrats win them both. Democrats are almost certainly taking the House. If it's a split decision, well, that's what we have today, and it means things probably aren't changing that much.
And I see that CNN has just called Indiana for Donald Trump, putting him ahead in the race so far. Tom, any surprise there?
No surprise there. I mean, but as Sean mentioned, you got to look back. Okay, how did Trump do in Indiana in 2020? He won it by 16 points. There's only 15% of the vote in. He's leading by a lot more than that now. But again, we have to wait and see where that finishes out to have some sort of indication as to the early tea leaves on which way this race might be going.
When I think of Indiana, Andy, I think of back to 2016. It was May in the primaries, and Hillary Clinton was having trouble putting Bernie Sanders away. Trump was laying waste to the Republican field, was thought to be a very strong field. And in Indiana, Trump kind of clinched the nomination there, and Hillary Clinton didn't win it. And both Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump were saying the same things. They were talking about NAFTA in Indiana. And you could have interspersed portions of their speeches and not known who it was. That was the first sign to me that you were seeing kind of a realignment. Some of the old ways in both parties were going away. I covered Bill Clinton's presidency for 8 years. His signature domestic policy achievement was NAFTA. Hillary Clinton, his wife, was backing away from NAFTA, and that was a smart thing to do in Indiana. It turned out to be a harbinger for Michigan. She had trouble, Hillary Clinton, in 2016, winning the states where Bernie Sanders was strong and where Trump beat the establishment candidate. And so, we look at these states now. Indiana's not in play, but we should be attuned to things that are happening tonight that show, this is not Mitt Romney's, it's not George W. Bush's Republican Party, it's not Ronald Reagan's, it's a different kind of Republican Party. So I also want us to, as we're watching these returns, see places where the voting patterns have changed from 8 years ago.
Yeah, well, North Carolina, Carl, closes at 7:30, along with Ohio and West Virginia. So that's about 15 minutes away. Major swing state, obviously, Trump has won it twice. But if North Carolina flips to blue, Trump has major problems. So that will be something to watch, right?
It's 16 electoral votes, the same as Georgia. Tom and I have been talking about this on our site. You can do an interactive map, and if you move, Trump carried it by like 3.7%, 3.66% actually in 2016, like 1.3 or 4%, right, Tom? 4 years ago, so less than half. If that trend continues and that thing flips, then suddenly Trump's got to pick up another state. He can't then lose Pennsylvania. If Kamala Harris wins that, she can lose all those upper Midwest states we're talking about and win it in Nevada or Arizona. So North Carolina is very important. It's just as important as Georgia, and it's just the same size.
Yeah, Sean, what do you think about North Carolina? Like I said, we're about 15 minutes away from polls closing in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's a state that's always kind of on the edge of competitiveness. Democrats had one really good year in it in 2008 when they won a Senate seat and when Barack Obama carried the state. But it's also had a lot of changes. A lot of people who moved out of New York during the pandemic came down to North Carolina. It's a state where the most Republican portion of the state just got hit by a major hurricane, and people may have other things to do besides turn out to vote. If Donald Trump loses North Carolina, he has a very, very difficult time becoming president. It's not important. It's not impossible, but it's a tough row to hoe for him.
Yeah, and we had a couple stories. We commissioned reporters to go down to North Carolina. There's some anger there at the federal government. Now these are conservative, Western independent counties, but the last column we had, it was a writer named Sloan Rockmuth. It was these are things only the government can do. Mm-hmm. Restore the water, restore the electric grid, and there was some feeling that the government hadn't been responsive to them. And you heard, these are anecdotal quotes, but people were saying things that Sloan like, well, we send all this money to Ukraine, and where's the money now? Or, FEMA housed migrants, where's the money now? I've covered hurricanes, I've covered disasters. That's not quite how FEMA works. It's not, nobody was sending money to Ukraine that could have gone to buy a person a house there. But right. You were seeing a kind of angst there and an impatience with the government. Well, Kamala Harris she's the vice president. Sean may be right. These people may not even be able to vote, or they may be, if your house swept away, but there was some anger there, and I wonder if that's going to help Trump.
Well, listen, I mean, if Trump loses North Carolina, but holds on to Pennsylvania, which is totally possible, then and the rest of the map falls the way the polls currently show that Harris wins Michigan, Wisconsin, it's going to come down to Nevada. It's going to come down to a few thousand votes in the state of Nevada, and we're going to be up late, and it's going to be we won't get to go to bed early.
The ghost of Harry Reid
and
the Culinary Workers Union.
That's right.
We'll be talking about things we haven't talked about in a while.
Well, what else closes at 7:30? Ohio. Sean closes at...
It's his home state.
Yeah. So it's your home state there.
Are you buying these Bernie Moreno surge at the end?
Right.
Oh, I think it was always going to tighten at the end. Sherrod Brown, he's an institution. He's been in office in Ohio almost as long as I've been alive, which sadly now makes
22 years?
Yeah, exactly. 22 years, 2.5 times. But he has to go out and convince 1 in every 10 Trump voters to also vote for him. And that's just a really big ask in today's polarized environment. Not saying he can't pull it off. It still looks surprisingly close, but it's a tough ask. It's a big problem for him.
Well, Andy, if that's right, that also doesn't bode well for Larry Hogan in your home state.
Well,
if ticket splitting is rare.
Yeah. I think a lot of people had high hopes for Larry Hogan. If for no other reason, even if you, first of all, he's a very likable fellow. Everyone likes him, and was the most popular governor, second most popular governor.
I don't think Donald Trump likes him very much.
Well, okay, good point. Charlie Baker, Massachusetts, most popular governor or politician among his constituency. Number 2, Larry Hogan.
2 Republican governors in very Democratic
Very
states.
Democrat states. Tells you something about the country. It doesn't look to me like Larry Hogan's going to pull it out, but I think that's kind of a shame. It would be nice. It'd be fun to see him in the Senate. Even, like I say, Democrat, Republican doesn't matter, but a great American and someone who deserves a second look. If you're
This is an in-kind campaign contribution
Yeah,
we
I'm
got
sorry.
going on
Sorry.
here.
Be careful.
I didn't
You'll
realize
get in trouble.
I didn't realize Andy was such a fanboy.
It's too late to help Hogan.
It's
yeah,
too late.
right,
to
yeah, it is too late. So.
Well, listen. I mean, obviously, look, West Virginia's gone, and that'll become apparent at 7:30 when the polls close.
731, right? Exactly.
Jim Justice is going to win that race, and so if Sherrod Brown loses in Ohio, that really complicates the map for Democrats. It's going to make it very, very hard for them because then, they've got John Tester sitting down there in Montana. He hasn't led in a single poll since Tim Sheehy won the nomination out there, and so that leaves them with basically 2 chances: Texas and Florida. Florida seems like it's going to be a bit of a stretch. Texas, I think, Ted Cruz. Democrats think that race is close and hopeful, and then there's this Nebraska thing happening. I've got some friends in Nebraska who've lived there a long time. Talked to them, and they said, it got a little closer than they would have liked, but they raised a bunch of money and spent a bunch of money.
This is Dan Osborne, the independent, who shot up in the polls by saying, "I'm not a Democrat or a Republican."
Yeah.
Right. Well, and then he also sort of tried to. Once they got Tom Osborne, the former Republican, right?
Legendary football coach,
to come out and cut ads saying basically we're not related and I'm for Deb Fisher, then things seem to settle down a little bit for Republicans. So I expect her to win that one fairly easily.
You do?
I do. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a terribly close race either.
Huh.
Okay, guys, it's 7:21. I want to take a quick break now, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have Phil Wegman join us from the great state of Florida, where he's covering the Trump campaign. So don't go away, folks. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Real Clear Politics. We're not on Sirius XM. I'm always used to saying
we're on
that.
our own
We
deal.
are on our own site right now.
Election night special.
It's Election Night special. I've got Tom, Bevan, Carl Cannon, Sean Trendy with me. I'm Andrew Walworth. Let me see. The count right now, Trump 19, Harris 3. No surprises so far. But, Tom, anything that's jumping out at you at this point?
Well, I mean, I was just looking at the Florida count. I mean, Florida's already got 60% of the vote counted, and Trump's leading by 7 points. Obviously, there's still more to count, but Florida they do it better than anybody else in terms of, they'll be done here. And the Panhandle hasn't even closed, has it? It closes at 8.
Florida is terrified after 2000.
No, it wasn't always the
No
case.
hanging
Tom.
chads here. Yeah.
But Sean, you look at 2016, Trump wins Florida by 1.2. 2020, Trump wins by 3.3, right? And then we have the sort of red wave that materialized in Florida only in 2022. He's up by 7 now. Where does Florida need to finish, Sean, for you to say, wow, that's a good number for Trump and that's going to translate across the country?
Well, the question is always kind of vis-a-vis the polls, and our polls had him at about 7 or 8 points. So in a universe where the swing state or the pivot state, Pennsylvania, was 0.3 of a point, I mean, that's not bad. That's not good. Probably means we're going to be up counting ballots in Pennsylvania for the next 5 days. So I don't know. Now, then again, I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that Palm Beach County, the infamous Palm Beach County, where Gore kind of concentrated his recount votes, Harris is up there by 5 points right now. So we're seeing some real shifts that if they continue throughout the night, and of course the Panhandle isn't even close. If this starts to get up towards a double-digit Trump win, I think you have to say that's a really bullish sign for Trump.
Polls, our average had him up 8 points, our final average. And there was...
In Florida, you mean.
In Florida. I'm just saying in Florida. Yeah. Correct. I mean, it's not like the lowest number was 4, highest number was 14, which was the New York Times Siena from September. But some of the most recent were 8, 9, 10. So I guess we'll have to see whether he comes in. That would obviously bode very well for Rick Scott as well on that ticket.
Yeah. That was one of the states that Democrats thought,
Yes.
we're gonna lose in West Virginia, Montana, and Ohio are tough sledding for us, but maybe we can pick up. And the other one was Texas. Maybe we can pick up Rick Scott and Ted Cruz.
Yeah.
This is what they'd hoped till very recently, actually.
And the other thing is, right? They thought that because there's an abortion issue on the ballot down there, right? They thought that was the key. That was going to be the thing that flipped Florida blue this time and put it in play. Certainly doesn't seem to look like that thus far. But again, it's early, so.
And Sean, on the break, you were checking on some of those Northern Virginia precincts and had some surprising news out of Prince George's County, was it? Or no, it was.
Yeah, it was Prince George's County.
Yeah.
Trump was up in the early vote by 20 points, which, if you know anything about how when W was running, that would be like a bearish sign for him. But Northern Virginia has changed. So I've been nursing a pet theory that the changes we've seen in Virginia in the past couple of election cycles, with close state legislative races and the gubernatorial race, are real and lasting. And so, he's not going to win Prince George's by 20, most likely. But even if it's in the ballpark, that's a very good sign for the Virginia GOP.
Carl, you have a quizzical look on your face.
Yeah, I thought Prince George's County. I was thinking in Maryland.
Oh, okay.
Talking about,
Yeah, Virginia. Yeah.
Prince William County.
Prince William's County.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, Prince William. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. Hey, you know who's joining us now? Phil Wegman is on the Zoom. He's coming to us from down in Mar-a-Lago, I think. He's moving around, so who knows? He's at the convention center. So, Phil, you're muted there. If you unmute yourself, we could check in with you and tell us what the vibe is right now down in Trumpland.
The lines are getting a little bit longer for the cash bar, but there was some enthusiasm when Fox News announced that Representative Jim Banks had won the Senate race in Indiana. That was an expected pickup, but everyone is preparing for a long night, and any bit of good news is something that they're happy with.
Huh.
I heard cash bar, Phil. I'm going to be checking your expense report very carefully.
So, Phil, there were some reports that
I just have to write a story. I don't have to edit it. So
Tim Alberta was saying earlier that the morale is low inside the Trump campaign. What are you hearing?
So Tim Alberta is a fantastic reporter. He is at The Atlantic previously. He was a resident of National Review. He's someone who really understands the conservative ecosystem. But I've got to tell you, I've talked to at least half a dozen senior Trump administration officials at this point, and I'm sensing some jitters like I would normally on any election night, but no one is tearing their clothes and putting ashes on their head. Right now, the Trump campaign, they feel good with where things are.
And what are they looking at that makes them nervous, I wonder?
They're looking at some of these numbers coming out of Pennsylvania currently. They know that Harris has been successful in turning out the vote, in particular in Philadelphia. The expectation there is that she's going to exceed Biden's numbers in 2020. There's some hesitation about the numbers that we're seeing in Georgia, but as of right now, again, it's all wait and see. I wish I had some bit of reporting that was going to break this open. I wish that the exit polls were perhaps a little clearer, but we are very much in a wait and see pattern, and thus far their optimism it remains buoyed. They have not given in to pessimism just yet.
Sean, I want to ask you about this because this has been a topic of conversation, and I'm looking right now. Mark Halperin just did one of his little videos. Says, my reporting continues to be that Wisconsin is looking very bad for the Democrats and the Milwaukee turnout is not what it needs to be, yada, yada, yada. So Harris is ahead in Wisconsin by 0.4 of a point in our average, and in Michigan by 0.3 or vice versa. But these three states have voted together every single time, despite the fact they've been very, very close since what, like 1980 or something? I mean, it's so what are the... Do you expect that to happen again, or do you think we might actually see a break from the blue wall where they don't all go the same way?
Yeah, since 1988. But they're look, Pennsylvania is not a whole lot like Wisconsin. I mean, Pennsylvania has some Rust Belt areas to it, but there's not a lot of dairy farms in Pennsylvania, and there's nothing like Philadelphia in Wisconsin. So it's not written in stone that they'll go the same way. They are very close in voting patterns, but if there's some distinctive ways that, demographic groups move, they don't have to vote the same way. So we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. There's still a whole lot of the night to be written, but I'm not betting anything on them all flipping the same way.
Well, Sean, I'm glad to hear you say that because Tom and I have a bottle of wine bet on this. And I think it's going to be, 4-3, maybe 5-2. I just don't think it's going to be 6-1, 7-0, the way it was the last two elections. I think that's an anomaly. But Tom points out it keeps happening.
It does keep happening.
Yeah.
So we'll see. And just a reminder, obviously, the Harris campaign hopes they do all fall the same way, and they fall her way, because that would be the election. She'd win 270, 268. So that's kind of what they're counting on.
I don't know if they've called West Virginia Senate race yet, Sean, but...
We could call it.
I'll call it. Yeah.
Now, let's not do anything rash. It has been called.
It has been called. I've been watching. I haven't seen it come up.
Yeah, well,
so who won?
The Republican one. I think a more consequential call is that Kiggins race in Virginia 2 has already been called.
And why is that important?
Well, because that's one of the two Virginia races we were talking about earlier. It's Virginia Beach. It's a district that Democrats had hoped they might be able to push over the edge. So the fact that that race is one that's already in the books for Republicans is a bullish. It's not a strong sign, but it's a good sign.
Well, but I
Trump.
had mentioned this earlier, Sean. Chesapeake County, Virginia Beach County, in 2016, Trump won those by 1,400 to 7,200 votes. 2020, he lost them by 8,200 and 12,300 votes. So the Democrats managed to move those two counties by 8 and 9 points respectively. And so now you've got a situation where the Republican is winning in that House district. That's a good sign, and this thing reminds me so much of 2016. It really does. The more you see the numbers, the more you see things going back to, maybe Georgia at like 4 points, and it just there's a lot of 2016 vibes around this for me.
Yeah, I want to bring Phil back in, who's still with
Waiting
us, you
patiently.
guys.
Sorry, Phil.
Yeah,
We forgot about you there.
Yeah, I did not forget about you. How could anyone forget about Phil, what's your story on that you're working on?
Well, no. The comparison to 2016 is helpful here because in 2016 you had the Trump campaign that was building an airplane as they were running down the runway, and they were the underdog, and they ended up winning. Clearly, in that race, momentum and the expectation was that Clinton would win. On the flip side now, it seems that, Trump has the momentum, but perhaps it will be Harris who surprises everyone here in the final stretch. That's the thing about this race. When it's 50-50, there can always be an unexpected twist. And so to pre-write, attention to my editors, would be irresponsible. That's why I'll be sending my copy in very late.
Tell us who's down there. Who's is Megyn Kelly down there? Is Iron Man down there? Who's down there?
So the celebrities are over at Mar-a-Lago, and one thing that I think is interesting with Megyn Kelly, Joe Rogan, and other certainly conservative but more mainstream voices is that the stigma that existed in 2016 about being a Trump supporter, that's gone. I haven't looked at the entirety of Trump's celebrity endorsements, but it doesn't seem that there's as much of a social cost for coming out in public and saying that you're voting for the Republican. Meanwhile, Democrats, on the other hand, they have a big stable of celebrities. The Harris campaign, just announced that Paul Rudd is going to be rallying voters in Pennsylvania, urging them to stay in line. Jennifer Aniston is going to be FaceTiming in to speak to voters as well. But the difference is that, for any of these A-listers to back the Republican, there's not the same social cost, but it is seen as sort of, more subversive. And I think that's a bit of an interesting culture cross politics wrinkle.
Well, Phil, we've asked you about Florida, right? Let's talk about your home state, Indiana.
Swing state.
The great swing state of Indiana. No, but it looks like, we've got only 20% of the vote in there, but they've already called the Senate race there. Trump's leading by, 36? He's like 26 points or something. He won that state by 16 points. What signals are you getting from your friends and family back home as far as, the Trump strength in Indiana and what that might mean for the rest of the night?
Certainly. Yeah, certainly Indiana, the expectation is that it will go red. The question, and perhaps the tea leaves there that we might be able to read into, is has the former president underperformed? And right now, I would defer to the expertise of Sean Trendy and others to look into what we're seeing from the early data in terms of in terms of his support when it comes to particularly Boone County, one of these places that's really more of a suburb of Indianapolis. in a state that is not the priority, if Harris has been able to eat into his support, is that a measure of enthusiasm that can perhaps tell us, about, some of the neighboring blue wall states like, a Michigan, or perhaps a little bit farther to the north, Wisconsin?
Yep.
Who's that doorbell?
That's a Zoom doorbell.
Live television.
That's live
Somebody
television.
texted me and said it was annoying sound. But I didn't know what they meant. Listen, let's take a step back, because we're still getting these early returns. And, Indiana, I made a crack about it being a swing state. Well, it was a swing state. Bill Clinton carried it twice.
Obama
Well,
carried it once.
that's wrong. Bob Dole carried it, but Barack Obama carried it, and
2008.
Yeah, and then he couldn't do it again. So since 2012, it's been steadily Republican. But a state like Indiana, all these states that we talk about, the swing states, the seven swing states, or 8 if you want. That means 43 states are not even in play.
Right.
And it's a measure of how polarized the two parties have gotten. If you're a Democrat, you think, the Republicans have gotten right-wing and crazy. If you're conservative, you think the Democrats have become left-wing and crazy. But there's some truth to that. And you have these, we shouldn't really have, we're doing this thing, we're enjoying ourselves, we're going to count the votes, we'll live with the results, at least the people in this room will. But it shouldn't really be just 7 states. And to me, it's a testament of how we do need sort of a vibrant party, either a party in the middle or an independent movement, or one of these two parties to take stock and see what it has to do. Because you ought to be able to compete in the heartland of some of these states. It shouldn't be a foregone conclusion.
Well, we're joined now by Peter Zane, who's joining us. He's a RealClearPolitics contributor, and he's down there in North Carolina, I believe. Peter, can you hear me?
Yes,
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm here in the Oak City, the capital, Raleigh, North Carolina. How y'all doing?
Good. Tell us what the mood is.
I would say that it is become a real swing state. I mean, the weird thing about North Carolina is we were always this sort of very conflicted state in some ways. We had for years, Jesse Helms was one of our senators, and then we would have Terry Sanford, John Edwards, like liberal lions. It's the only state I know of where you had that switch, where you'd have a senator from each party who could not be more different. Since basically 2010, which is when the Republicans took hold of the state legislature for the first time since the white supremacist coup of 1898 and 1900, Republicans have really dominated, and they've had a super majority in the state legislature. They have they had both senators. We do have a Democratic governor. In this race, I would say that Trump, every Republican's won here since 1980, except for Barack Obama in 2008. Trump maybe should win, but we have a very weak gubernatorial candidate for the Republicans in Mark Robinson, and he could very well pull them down. So that's why it's been an incredibly close race.
Peter, what about the aftermath of Hurricane Helene in the western part of the state? Obviously, it caused a huge disruption, and there was talk of I read a variety of different reports about folks being able to cast their ballots. What's your assessment of the situation there?
But my sense is that they are going to get a good turnout there. I think that there's everything. All the reports I've gotten is that people have been ferried to the polls. For something I think that's really sort of interesting about this is a friend of mine who teaches at Duke, Mac McCorkle, has come up with this concept of countrypolitan. So when we look at a lot of these states, we think that there's the urban population that goes Democrat and the rural population that goes Republican. But in fact, lots of the votes are they're not quite suburbs, but they're sort of in between metropolitan regions and rural areas. And in fact, in North Carolina, the rural areas actually have many African Americans who vote for Democrats. where Trump got his largest number of votes by percentage and actually in aggregate was in these countrypolitan districts. And that is these counties that border Mecklenburg, where Charlotte is, Wake County, where Raleigh is, and then Buncombe County, where Asheville is. So the Democrats want to get as many votes as they can, obviously, in those cities, and you see that in the maps in all the states. You got to bring out that urban vote. And as much though as Trump wants that rural vote, where this election is probably going to be decided is in these countrypolitan counties like Gaston County that border these metropolitan regions. And those countrypolitan regions tend to be middle and upper middle class, tend to be more white than other areas. So they're an in-between, they're sort of like the married couples. And we know that married women tend to be more likely to vote for Republicans than Democrats, or maybe it's like 50-50. So I think a lot of the action in 2020, Trump got 63% of the votes in those border counties. And I think that's where it's going to be decided. And in fact, Kamala Harris set up 29 offices across North Carolina, but a lot of them were in these countrypolitan counties where just, you're talking about, I think he won by 70,000 votes last time. So if you can flip a tiny bit of that margin, she could win. That's where a lot of the action is going to be. Is you want to look at those counties.
And what about the we were talking about earlier, the influx of Northerners, folks from New York in particular. Charlotte's known as a banking capital now of the East Coast. That the state has really changed from 2020, where, again, Trump won it by 3.5 points in 2016. It was down to 1.3 in 2020. Has the composition of the electorate in the state continued to change in favor of Democrats over the last couple of years?
So again, Mac McCorkle, who teaches at Duke, came up with this concept of countrypolitan precisely because the demographic argument that you remember, I think it was Ray Teixeira and other people were making around 2004, 2005, that you were going to have a permanent Democratic majority because of demographics. And so people look to North Carolina and other southern states, why didn't North Carolina become Virginia? And part of the reason, I think, is that the people who came down here are not working for the government, like the people in Virginia who came for the North. And also, though, they were a demographic who was fleeing higher taxes, who were actually trying to get away from conditions in those Northeast states. And so, and it's much more complicated than that, but the basic idea is that the predictions that the Northerners would come and flip the states to the politics that they just fled from has not happened. And it has not happened for a variety of reasons, but I would say that Virginia is probably the real anomaly. And the explanation there is probably all the government work that you have in Northern Virginia that you just don't have in these other states. So that has not happened. And so they've tried to then figure out, well, what are the demographics? And I think that it is, middle class, upper middle class people who live near urban areas, who have some sophistication, but they want land. They want a more relaxed lifestyle, and they don't want to pay taxes. And I think that's driven this, because again, the thing about North Carolina is, as much as Obama's victory in 2008 led people to call it a purple state, it has been redder than it has ever been. It was a one-party state until 2010. It was all pretty much, except for presidential elections and one Senate seat, but the whole local government was controlled by Democrats. And that is completely flipped here.
Carl?
Well, Peter, we don't ask people to make predictions because we don't make predictions, but is your
Yankees in 6?
Yeah, I that could have happened. You had one bad inning there. Is it your sense that North Carolina is as close as we think? I mean, we talked before you came on. Donald Trump carried it by 3 points and change in 2016, only by less than half that much 4 years ago. Has it? What's your?
We've
your
got him at
sense?
what he won it by 1.3.
Yeah.
And he's at 1.2 now in our final RCP average.
Yeah. So is your sense anything's changed, or does that sound about right to you?
I'll give you one little other tidbit. So I don't know who's going to win. It's too close. And if I made a prediction, the opposite would happen. But a mid-October poll that was done had Trump up by 0.3%. But what it also found was that 43% of his voters said they were definitely going to vote, and 38.7% of her voters said they were definitely going to vote, her supporters. And so a lot of this is going to hinge on turnout. What I'm really curious to see, I don't know if you guys have talked about this, but, you would think that across the country, voters are going to break one way or the other. And I think a lot of people have said, you're going to have somebody might win all 7 swing states. I wonder if this is a kind of election where she wins North Carolina and he wins Michigan and Wisconsin. I mean, I think it's really hard to predict. It's up in the air because they are so close, and you just don't know who the electorate's going to be. So, yeah, I really don't know. I think she's going to have to turn out a lot of women, and he's going to have to turn out a lot of men, and you just don't know what the enthusiasm gap is. And frankly, I find that in the last 2 weeks, if I went to a conservative site, he was going to run away with it. And if I went to a liberal leftist site, she was going to run away with it. It's like anybody who thinks they know, there's no agreement about this. It's unless you're really on the ground and door knocking. I'll say one last thing. I live in a very liberal area, Wake County. I saw more Trump signs than I ever have. I saw a bunch of Harris signs, but not. It was maybe 2 to 1, and in the past it would have been 5 to 1. Well, I don't know that means anything because most people didn't have yard signs. That was another weird thing. Very few people.
Well, we're going to have to leave it right there.
And there were certainly more Harris signs, but a yard sign.
Yeah. Well, Peter, those sorts of on-the-ground observations, are just as legitimate, I guess, as the polls. I mean, that's sort of what you have to look at. So you're listening to Real Clear Politics. You're watching Real Clear Politics on God, I keep saying we're on Sirius XM. We're not. We're on the RCP site.
Come on, man.
All right. I've got Tom Bevan with me, Carl Cannon, Sean Trendy. We've been talking to Peter Zane. We'll be right back. We're going to take a break, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back to
It's a Coke,
RealClear
not a beer.
Politics. Carl Cannon is drinking a Coke.
I'm trying to get sponsorship.
We're about just a few
At
minutes
9 o'clock, he'll be switched over to Kurz.
So it's 7:59. We're a minute away from the bunch of polls closing. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee. Those all close in mere seconds. And if you're interested, Harris's election night party begins at Howard University. That's just down the street from us, just around this time. And Trump will have two parties, lunch simultaneously in Florida. One will be at the Convention Center in West Palm Beach. Another one for the top donors. No one on this panel tonight will be at Mar-a-Lago. It's called the Election Night Celebration. Sean, you've been checking in. Any surprises out there? Anything flipped that we should know about?
Yeah, so it's kind of crazy. It looks like Harris is going to win. And we had talked about Virginia and some of the changes perhaps being permanent. 96% of the vote in Loudoun County, Virginia, that's the Northern Virginia suburbs. Looks like Harris is going to win it by about 16 points. This is a large county. It's a county that Hillary Clinton won by 18 points. It's a county that Biden won by 25 points. So the tightening there is pretty substantial. Now, one thing to keep in mind, if Trump wins Florida by double digits and, loses Virginia by, say, 5, that's how he ends up winning or, coming close, maybe even winning the popular vote, but losing the Electoral College. We've talked about this a few times on the radio show.
That's called the Andrew Walworth scenario, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's its proper name. Yeah.
TM.
Losing California, doing really well with non-white voters for a Republican. Losing California by, say, 18 instead of 25, New York by 15 instead of 20, but not really moving the Rust Belt states is a recipe for disaster for him. Now, we don't know. We haven't seen anything out of Wisconsin yet, so we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. It's just interesting to see this one scenario potentially shaping up.
But Loudoun County is a little special. I mean, there was a big kerfuffle there about the school board and the schools a little while ago.
Kerfuffle's a nice word for it.
Thank you.
A kid was molested, and the school board covered it up. People were fired and indicted, and it helped get Glenn Youngkin elected governor.
Right. I'm just saying, Carl, that when you look at Loudoun County and compare it to one of the things that changed about Loudoun County is that story.
I agree with you that, but Sean's point is right. You don't. This is going to be a long night, but Kamala Harris does not want to lose vote. She does not want to run below Hillary Clinton,
right?
Let alone Joe Biden, because Tom was saying at the beginning, what we have to know tonight is this 2016 or is it 2020?
Right.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but in 2016 Trump won. So she didn't. If she's not even running as well as Hillary Clinton did in a big county in a swing state or a state like Virginia, that's a state we're watching, it's not good news.
Tom,
for the Democrats.
Anything that's happened so far that you didn't expect?
No, not yet. I mean, everything's sort of, again, we're looking at these early returns and trying to really read the tea leaves on them to get a sense of which way this thing is headed. And, I don't know that we're there yet. I mean, we've still got, even in Virginia, we've only got however many percent of the vote in.
13%.
Yeah. So there's a long way to go. I think it's going to be a fairly long night. But the picture's going to keep getting clearer sort of every minute that goes on. And it'll start to reveal itself, I think, as we get further, a little bit further deeper into the night.
And Sean, Pennsylvania, the state that everyone's got their eye on, their polls closed just minutes ago at this point now. 19 Electoral College, it's the biggest prize in the swing states. What will you be watching for in Pennsylvania?
Well, I'm going to look for who gets the most votes again. No, look, it's about two things. It's about turnout. So the old story was that it was Philadelphia on one side, Pittsburgh, the James Carville. Of course, it's James Carville. Philadelphia on one side, Pittsburgh on the other, and Alabama in the middle.
Right.
That's changed a little bit because the areas around Pittsburgh used to actually be heavily Democratic. They were some of Bill Clinton's best areas of the country. Now they're bright red. So we want to look at turnout in rural Pennsylvania, and then not so much the inner suburban counties around Philly, but places like Chester, places like Berks, even places like Northampton and Lehigh, where there's been some speculation about the Puerto Rican community changing its vote, although we didn't see that at all in Florida. That's where I'm really going to be keyed in to try to get a sense of how this state is going.
Selena Zito, who we'll have on later, who covers Pennsylvania, she thinks Northampton County, Sean just mentioned, and Erie, Pennsylvania, are two bellwether counties up there. She's curious how they'll go. We'll know in a while.
And what about the Senate race in Pennsylvania?
Well, it hasn't moved much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not true. It's moved a little bit.
Has it?
Yeah. Casey's up 1.8 on our final RealClear Politics average.
That's where it's been for 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's a state where it looked like McCormick had real momentum.
McCormick is the Republican challenger.
Yeah, where it closed pretty hard for about a month. And I think that's kind of when you had peak Republican optimism about how this election was going, and then it just kind of stopped.
Stalled.
But it's close enough that it wouldn't take a big oops in the polls.
Tom, you know this. You come from a horse racing family. If the horse race, a horse is coming, looming, looks like he's about to overtake the front runner, and then just stalls. That horse is, that seems to be what's happened there. The horse hung is the racetrack phrase. That seems to be what happened there.
Yeah. Well, look, the last four polls one was a tie, one had Casey up 1, one had McCormick up 1, one had Casey up 2. So, it's close, and we'll see. I will say that the one number that I'm watching right now, which is somewhat surprising, and I mentioned it earlier. So Florida's got 78% of the vote counted right now, and Trump's leading there by 11 points, 11.4. That's a big number. Mm-hmm. Now, we don't know where the rest of the vote is to come in there. It might narrow, but still, again, that's a state that, he moved from, 1.2 to 3.3, but to move it from 3.3 in 2020 to 8, 9, 10 points, that is a huge shift. And again, we were just talking about how people have been moving into North Carolina, and Peter Zane, I asked him the question about, folks from New York and changing the composition of the electorate. There have been a lot of people who moved to Florida over the last 4 years, a lot. And they haven't all been Republican, but that state has moved. We saw this massive red wave there in 2022, literally the only state, or one of the only states that had a red wave, where Rubio and DeSantis were both elected by massive margins. And so that state's gotten more and more Republican, and here we go again. I'm just saying, a big number out of Florida, it might portend well for Trump in some of these other states, or to the point Sean made, it might just be a Florida thing, and he might not have moved the needle in the Rust Belt states.
And what about the Senate race in Florida? I guess that's been called, hasn't it?
Yeah, that didn't end up being particularly close.
Yeah. Does that tell us anything, Sean? Were you surprised by that?
Again, it just depends, right? Is this a situation like we saw in 2022 where Republicans had big nights in Florida? They did surprisingly well in New York and California, but kind of, sputtered out other places. The places they sputtered out, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying it's consistent with one of the kind of two big theories of the case, one of which is a Harris narrow victory, one of which is, okay, the wheels came off for her.
Mm-hmm. Well, Carl,
the polls, just to say, the polls had that race. Scott was leading by about 3.5 points in our average. So, they've got 78% of the vote in there, and he's leading by, 11. Mm-hmm. So again, maybe that'll close, but it's not going to close anywhere near 3.5 points. So he definitely overperformed there, and it looks like Trump is overperforming at the presidential level too in Florida.
Well, look, Florida, we weren't counting as a swing state, although I'll remind people, we did in 2016. It was one of the swing states. It was on the list. And so, if the big question coming into this, there were two big questions. Was the Democratic ground game so formidable that it would overwhelm the Republicans, maybe by 1 or 2 points in all these swing states that were like nearly tied? Or for the third straight election, does Donald Trump perform better than than the pollsters give him credit for? And you'd think the third time in, Sean, they might have it figured out. But if Donald Trump is again overperforming the polls, that's going to make Republicans happy.
There was a moment, I remember, it doesn't seem that long ago, where Kamala Harris visited Florida and people were saying, see, the Democrats were saying Florida was in play. I think that story lasted about 72 hours, and it didn't seem to be true.
Our listeners, maybe they're discerning. They can see Andy's he's being sweet about it. He's a little smug. Tom laughed out loud. There's a backstory there. And the backstory is I wanted to add Florida to this list of swing states along with, Virginia, New Mexico, New Hampshire, Minnesota. I like a contest. I didn't want to narrow it. So this is what they're being nice to me, but that's the mirth is at my expense.
We're laughing at you, not with you.
That's right. But you did want to expand the map, and I'm all for expanding the map if the data points that way. New Hampshire, you mentioned, was one of the states that people talked about as being in play. Their polls have just closed. I haven't seen any numbers. Maybe you guys have seen any numbers.
10% in. Harris is leading by 11. I mean, it's 10%. So
10%. Yeah.
But that is, I was in New Hampshire for the primary, and that was a state that Nikki Haley won, and it was a state. So there were a lot of those kind of voters that never Trumpers, and there were independents and Democrats that came over to play in that primary. But New Hampshire's another state. You go back to the 2016 race, and Hillary Clinton only won that state by 2,736 votes. It was 0.4 of a point. It was really, really close. 4 years later, though, the Democrats Biden won it by 7.3. So they moved that almost 7 points in 4 years, and with an increase of 14% increase in turnout. So I suspect we're going to see another increase in turnout across all of these states this year. And then the question is, will Democrats be able to hold that margin, or is it going to shrink back the other way?
Well, New Hampshire, if it had gone for Al Gore, he'd have been the president, right? For George W. Bush. You had Ralph Nader in there. New Hampshire, the Granite State. What's their motto? Live free or die? Something you can't say anymore on the radio. The FBI will knock on your door.
I think it's still on their license plates.
I know, but they're probably in trouble. But the point is, you had an iconic sort of voter there, and do they still? Yeah, they still exist, but they're not a majority maybe anymore. It's marching more like the northeast states do.
Yeah. You were wondering what that ping was? Was that look?
Yeah.
That means someone's entered our Zoom room. That's all that
We have a
means.
guest.
We have
someone
a
at
guest.
the door.
Oh,
no, John's
we
like,
don't.
no, we
saying,
don't.
No, we don't. Just
Hey, Sean, let me ask you about these third-party candidates. Are they going to matter? I was looking at our final RCP average. We had Harris finishing at 0.1% ahead, but in the multi-candidate, we actually had Donald Trump finishing 0.1% ahead. And you look at in our average, Cornel West is at 0.5 point, Chase Oliver's at 0.8 of a point, RFK Jr.'s at 1, and Jill Stein is at 1. I know a lot of Democrats still blame Jill Stein for Hillary losing in 2016. Is it going to happen again? Is Jill Stein going to be the spoiler, the difference maker, whatever they call it?
In 2000.
Yeah.
So I think that's a little bit unfair for 2016 because that libertarian is going to be drawing mostly from Republicans. I mean, in 2016, Gary Johnson's internal polls had his supporters breaking 75-25 for Trump. He actually probably cost Trump Minnesota and New Hampshire. So, that everyone has to run.
Cuts both ways.
Yeah, libertarians are right-coded, just like Greens are left-coded. Now, it doesn't always break down that easily. They have their heterodoxies, and independent voters are kind of quirky anyway. But you can't just blame one third-party candidate, because there's usually one drawing from the other party as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, guys, we've got Susan Crabtree about to join us and to talk about the Senate races. But you know what? We're going to take a quick break first, and then when we come back, we'll talk to Susan. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this. Yeah. Welcome back to Real Clear Politics, streaming on the Real Clear Politics site and also on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, subscribe. We're going to be back here more and more often, especially if this thing goes well. And we're joined now by Susan Crabtree. She's our national correspondent, and she's out there in California. Susan, where are you?
I'm at an Irish pub called Muldoon's. It's a local yokel place where politicians like to go. I'm in the heart of Orange County, where Scott Baugh is vying to against David Min for Katie Porter's open seat.
And
She's
I
an
know
Irish bar. I'm jealous.
I am.
Oh,
I just
How
had
did I get stuck here?
I know.
We just have Diet Cokes here.
I
Susan,
can
we
go
do
to a
not
pub
have
in
Guinness.
Columbus, Ohio, and do this.
I just had a great shepherd's pie, but it didn't beat my
Nice.
husband.
Fantastic.
Well, I know you've been watching the Senate races in particular. Anything you want to update us on?
I haven't seen the latest updates. I was just coming over here and getting set up, but it's right now it's really Republicans to lose. Net Cook Political Report recently said that they're increasing the gains that Republicans could make in the Senate to 5 or 6. Certainly they need just 1 to get a 50-50 if Donald Trump prevails tonight. They need actually 2, obviously, if Kamala Harris wins. So it's basically the gimme is in West Virginia. We already basically know the result of that race. The popular governor, Jim Justice, is going to take that seat that Joe Manchin left vacant. So that's not a big surprise. The real pickups are in Montana with Tester and Tim Sheehy, the Navy SEAL. That's been an incredibly great race. And then we have big races in Ohio and certainly in Pennsylvania. It will all depend on, basically how each candidate does at the top of the ticket will really help, and see if there's any coattails there. But Dave McCormick, a hedge fund manager, is running against the popular Senator Casey, and he is the son of the really legendary governor, longstanding governor of Pennsylvania. So we don't have any major returns in yet. There is some been in Ohio, but there's only 7% reported. So it's not really, it's not indicative yet of either way.
Sean Trendy, give me your sleeper pick. Your sleeper Senate pick.
Oh, my like. So are we talking like, okay, the guy in Nevada pulls it out? Or are you talking like dig deep? Look, if this really gets away and if Donald Trump really does end up winning like 45% of the Hispanic vote, the race no one's really looking at is that New Mexico Senate race. Domenici. Because, if he's winning 45% of the Hispanic vote, he's doing well with blue-collar whites. That's like tailor-made for New Mexico. And the Republican candidate is named Domenici. Pete Domenici was a legendary Republican senator from New Mexico. That name is gold. You put those factors together, and I mean, like I said, we are digging deep. I am in no way predicting this.
Right.
Unless she wins, and then I will tell everyone, don't you remember when I told you about that? By the way, Harris is up 2 points in Virginia right now with 30% in.
That's tight.
Yeah.
Carl, you're big on these sleeper picks. Who you got?
Oh,
Horse racing guy?
Larry Hogan?
We already talked about him. That ain't happening, right? Is that not going to happen?
Susan, have you got a sleeper out there, some Democrat or Republican that you think might surprise us tonight?
Well, I think Mike Rogers might surprise. He's a former Intelligence Committee chairman that I covered for a long time in the House. He supposedly retired, but he's running against Representative Alyssa Slotkin now to replace Debbie Stabenow in the Senate race. I think he's incredibly popular. He's kind of a moderate, not going to. You know, he actually said he thought he might be able to prevail without Trump, which is dicey territory these days. You know, Dave McCormick had that early problem with saying that too about Trump. So honestly, I think that that's more of a self-interest. He was a good source in the House, so I'm hoping he could win, and pull it out. But otherwise, I don't think, you know, Arizona out here on the West Coast. I think Ruben Gallego is, even though that state seems to be going for Trump in the RealClearPolitics average by increasing margins, 2.8 today, I believe it is, percentage points ahead Trump is. I don't think Kari Lake is going to pull that out. Ruben Gallego's been running at 6 to 7 points ahead in recent polls. So that one, Jackie Rosen, though, with Sam Brown, those are a much closer race. It will depend on the get out the vote and whether those culinary workers in Nevada are really going to, you know, surpass the early voting that we saw. Big Republican impressive margins there in Nevada.
So, Susan, you're not on the Larry Hogan bandwagon. You don't put that in.
Well, I like the fact that he's going to write in. He was getting hit by the current governor, Wes Moore, about voting for a deceased candidate, a deceased Republican instead of Trump. He voted for Ronald Reagan in 2020, wrote him in, but he won't say right now whether he's going to do that or not. He says he doesn't think he's going to. So I don't know whether that was like more of a nod to Donald Trump saying he's not going to vote for anyone at the top of the ticket. That's kind of strange, but he is running in a very tight race for that Senate seat.
And Sean, why is Kari Lake doing so poorly?
Oh gosh, do we have time to do an entire segment on this?
Yeah.
Look, the kind of essence of the Lake campaign and understanding what's going on is that in 2022 down the stretch, she told an audience of Republican voters, if you're a John McCain Republican or a McCain Republican, I don't need you. Leave. Well, they did, and she lost, and it's hard to convince those people to come back in.
Most popular politician in the state since Barry Goldwater.
Yeah, it was just a mind-boggling, you know, and she is very far on the right. She's the one Republican from 2022 that really, after she lost, went hardcore on Stop the Steal stuff instead of, you know, the story of 2022 was a lot of the Republicans who lost just conceded, and she didn't. And she's paying a price, I think.
Yeah.
Candidates still matter.
I was just about to point out that, you know, Colin Allred was leading Ted Cruz, and then the numbers updated, and now Cruz is up 5. So
You never know.
Ignore that thought.
Yeah, well, I guess the Democrats were sort of looking at Florida and Texas as two possible pickups. Florida is gone, I guess. But I guess Texas is still out there, right?
It is, but as I said, you know, 27% of the vote in now. Cruz has taken a lead, and again, I think that was, Ted Cruz won by, I think, 3.5 points against Beto O'Rourke in 2018. Remember Beto-mania, and the media was all in against Cruz there, and he managed to hold, and he had tons of money, and he got such favorable coverage. Cruz still managed to win that. Now, Ted Cruz subsequently, took a vacation in the middle of the ice storm or whatever.
I defend him on that. What's a senator supposed to do about ice?
I know you do, but I'm just saying that's
a governor or mayor.
That's kind of stuck with him. But look, the difference obviously between 18 and this year is that Trump's on the top of the ticket, and it's going to be really, really difficult for Colin Allred to find any ticket splitters that are going to vote for Trump and then flip over and vote for Allred.
Yeah, if you look in Texas, Trump lost Williamson County last time, which is Austin's suburbs or exurbs. He won it this time. The two North Dallas suburbs, Collin and Denton County, both swung towards him. The real question in Texas is what happens down in the Rio Grande Valley. That was a place where he famously made gains in 2020. Democrats kind of wrote that off as the pandemic. They weren't doing door knocking. This is going to be the real test of whether Donald Trump is going to make further gains among Hispanic voters. And if we see the Rio Grande Valley go red, it's going to be a seismic shift in that area of the country.
Well, Susan, I've only got you for a few more minutes here, and I just can't go without asking you about California, and especially House races there. What's your feeling right now, and what do you be watching for in California? It's not going to close for a while. We probably will still be here when California's closing. So.
Oh, no. It's going to be days, I'm sure, for the tightest races. It's always that way. It's so anticlimactic. But tonight in this district, Scott Baugh is the Republican candidate vying against the state senator David Min, is doing pretty well. He's up about a few points, 43 to 40%, with a lot of undecided still out there in the latest poll. So it's in the heart of Orange County. He almost won last time, came very, very, very close. So Dave Min, as you know, he had some problems. He actually had a DUI early on in the race. He's tried to recover from that. He's since signed on to Prop 36, which is the big tough on crime, getting rid of those misdemeanors that were previously felonies for anything that's stolen under $950 that a lot of people in California blame for the whole crime wave and the smash and grab phenomenon out here. So you see Dave Min and some other candidates in there's about 10 key congressional races in the San Joaquin Valley and the Central Valley, which is slightly more conservative, certainly more than Los Angeles and the big urban centers in the Bay Area. So you have 10 races, and a lot of these Democrats are signing on to Prop 36, the tough on crime bill, and the problem I see, though, it's very difficult because some of these these districts were redistricted in 2020. So you can't really look to what happened in 2020, where Republicans gained one seat. In 2022, they gained one seat. In 2020, they gained 5. So Democrats are really pushing hard. But I saw, even in my district that I live in the 49th district, which is a coastal area of Orange County, delving into North County, San Diego, that they were putting money into that race, the Democrats, very late. 1.5 million went in, and we've been inundated with direct mail and TV ads. So that race is Mike Levin's race against Matt Gunderson, who's a car dealership owner. But yeah, we didn't see that last time around. We didn't see that much money being poured into that race. To me, that means that it's going to be a tough for Democrats to try to overturn these 5 Republican seats that they've gained since 2020.
Yeah, well, Susan, we're going to check back with you maybe later tonight. Have a pint.
Oh, I don't think so. Not this early on.
But thanks
checking
for
her
being with
expense
us.
report,
So,
too. I'm going to have to be just very vigilant.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, let me ask you a question about this. I think people who are watching these races, you mentioned Harris is only leading, I guess they're leading Virginia's now about 3.5 points. There's 35% of the vote in. So maybe that's is that a cause for concern? You look at Georgia, you got 50% of the vote in there, and Trump is leading by over 11 points. Ohio, though, 39% of the vote in, and you've got Harris leading by 0.2 of a point. At what point does the percent of vote in, we don't know where the outstanding vote is, and that obviously matters, but at what point does it start to matter how much vote is in when you look at these numbers and how much wiggle room they have?
Yeah, it really depends where the vote's coming from. Like if you look at the 38% in Ohio, some of these dark red counties out here haven't even started to turn in votes, especially in kind of the center of the state. But look, I actually am looking at these Ohio numbers and think it's a bit of a warning sign for Republicans, because unlike some of these other states in the Sun Belt where it looks like Trump is going to run well ahead of the polls, Ohio might be lagging.
Well, that would be something. That would be good news for the Harris campaign if that were to take place. We've only got 12% in North Carolina. They closed an hour ago, and Harris is leading there by 4 points. But again, so little of the vote is in. Not much we can really make of that.
Well, I think North Carolina may be the key state.
Even though we don't know, and we may not know. But I thought North Carolina we were going to hear early out of North Carolina, or that they had sort of gotten their act together.
No, that's Georgia. We don't know about North Carolina.
That's just hopeful.
My home state of Illinois, with 1% in, has already been called for.
1%.
And Alabama's got 0% in. It's already been called for Trump. So,
What do we know about New Hampshire? Anything yet?
Yeah.
Only 16% in there. So, again, not a lot. And what do we have? I think Harris is leading by about 8 points there. But, again, so little going on.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back after this. You're listening to RealClear Politics and watching it on RCP's website and on YouTube. I'm Andrew Walworth. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Real Clear Politics. I'm Andrew Walworth, and got with me Carl Cannon, and joining us now, Alex Walworth. She actually is my wife, I will tell you that. She's a former producer at CNN and the NewsHour, and she makes documentaries now at Real Clear at Grace Creek Media. And joining us by Zoom is Richard Porter. He is a RNC committee member from Illinois, but he's not in Illinois tonight. He's in Florida, Palm Beach.
Yeah.
Richard, welcome to the program. Tell them what the mood is down there.
Oh, it's bullish. It's exciting. Everybody's really pumped up, and they're ready for a great party.
And what signs are you looking at from down there that make you feel bullish?
Well, I think that people all recognize that Trump has overperformed the polls in each of the last two elections that he was on. I mean, the Republican Party underperformed a little bit in 2022, but I think people really believe that if Trump is even in the polls, that means he's going to win by a couple of points. And so I think there's a lot of strength in that regard. And
what about the popular vote? Do you think there's a possibility that he carries the popular vote? I
think we're going to carry the popular vote. Look, I think that and the amazing thing you have to step back and recognize, this is a guy that ran against incredible negative media. 85% of the media was against him. Every institution in America was lined up against him. All the movie stars, all that nonsense. They convicted him, 34 counts, 2 impeachments. This is a guy who is like the Terminator. He just keeps on going. And I think that really inspires people. It has an American spirit to it.
So, Richard, we were looking at the earlier states in Virginia and some of these places where Trump is running better than he did 4 years ago. Does this feel more like 2016 to you or more like 2020?
Feels more like 1980, Carl. I think this is going to be a great year. So, we'll stay tuned.
So if it's 1980, there's going to be Republican Senate candidates I've never heard of who are going to be swept into office. Come on, Richard. Don't go overboard.
That would be great. Okay, so maybe 1988 then. How's that? So we'll see. But I think it'll be better than 2016.
You do?
Better than 2016.
Really?
Yeah.
And last time we were together, we were at the Republican National Convention. And I'm just wondering, when you look at the race between then and now, how do you think it's gone? And what do you think that Trump did right? And what do you think he did wrong?
Well, look, I mean, I think having the first debate was probably not the best idea because I think he'd be beating Biden by even more. But what happened is the Democrats recognized with that convention so strong, they had to do something to have a chance, to make it a fighting chance. And so they switched out their candidate. And for a little while, there was sort of this excitement around her, and that dissipated as people recognized she really wasn't a strong candidate. And she's still running on the record of the Biden administration. She did not separate herself from that. She's indistinguishable. And so I think at the end of the day, Trump is offering a return to policies that made America more prosperous. And people recognize that. They remember it. So you can tell them all you want about how terrible he was, or he's a fascist and blah, blah, blah. It's all nonsense. People know it. And what they do recognize is that they were better off 4 years ago than they are now.
Well,
I got a question.
Sure. Then we got to move on. So go ahead.
Richard, so if he outperformed the polls in Florida, that seems clear, and they count their votes fast. He seems to be underperforming in Ohio. You're from the Midwest. What's going on in this campaign that we didn't see that he's doing better in Florida and some of these Sunbelt states than in the Midwest?
I don't know the answer to that. Think about the people in Florida. A lot of them are from the Midwest who are Republicans. They were tired of some of the, poor government in the Midwest. Ohio is not necessarily an example of that. Certainly Illinois. It would be a lot of migrants from Illinois to Florida. So I'm not sure. Look, I don't think Trump ran a suburban-oriented campaign. And so maybe in some of these suburban areas, we're not going to do as well as we did in 2016. But he did he ran strong in urban areas, stronger than he had in the past. So I think maybe we've kind of traded out some suburban voters for some urban voters.
Well, Richard, thanks so much for checking in with us. We might come back to you before the evening's out. So appreciate it very much. Been talking to Richard Porter. He's a former Republican National Committee member from Illinois. He's talking to us from Florida. And a fine golfer. Yeah. That's true.
More importantly.
There you go. Yeah, well, that's That's a stretch. Now we know we're lying. That's
Okay.
fake news. All right, guys. Hey, just let me know.
Okay.
Have a good time.
Catch you soon.
See ya.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
So pretty interesting stuff there from Richard. He's on the ground there, but we've got someone else who's on the ground in a different part of the country. Ms. Pennsylvania. Selena's here.
Selena Zito.
Zito. And
Can I remind our listeners before we bring Selena in?
Sure.
Andy, in 2016, Selena picked up on something, and it's still with us 9 years later, 8 years later, and her line was, Selena, you correct me if I have this wrong, but that that the media took Trump literally but not seriously, but that his supporters took him seriously and not literally. And that really encapsulated what we're still dealing with to this day.
yeah. Well, Selena, you're muted, so just turn off your mute there so we can hear you. And you're on with Carl Cannon, who you just were listening to, and with my Alex Walworth, who's right here as well. Selena is trying to unmute herself. I can see her mute button is still on.
I am really, really interested to hear what she thinks of what's happening in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so what are the let's go to the tape there, Andy, as we say. What's the latest numbers in Pennsylvania?
I don't, it's too early to call. We know that.
Unmuted.
There, you're unmuted. Hey, Selena Gomez joining us. Hey.
Thank you so much. I had to find a place that was quiet because it's insane here.
Where?
I'm at the McCormick headquarters in Allegheny County.
Well, we're asking everyone, what's the vibe? What are you feeling?
Everybody feels pretty good here. I mean, it may turn out that he ends up even performing higher than Trump. Who knows? But the vibe here is people are pretty happy, pretty excited. And yeah, you got my quote right.
So the early returns, Selena, I mean, it's only 13% of the vote, but Harris with 2/3 of the vote. Why are the early returns in Pennsylvania so lopsided in favor of the Democrats?
First what comes in is Allegheny County and Philadelphia.
Okay.
And those are heavy Democrat counties. And this is the way it always goes in Pennsylvania. There's just an outside proportion of Democrats to Republicans in those counties. And, there is what we're going to need to see, what Harris is going to need to see. I can't obviously see what the number is right now. What is the raw? Does it show what her?
Yeah, well, it's 13% of the vote in, and she has 627,000 votes, and Trump has just under 300,000. So it's 67 to 32%. But like I say, only 13% of the vote. But if you say that's all Philadelphia, fine. Let me ask you, are you still looking at the counties you and I talked about earlier in the cycle when you were on our series show, Northampton County and Erie County?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Erie, Northampton, Cambria, Bucks County, Cumberland County, all these smaller rural counties where turnout is huge. You said the 627. Is that just Philadelphia?
I don't know.
Or is that
you tell me? We don't know where that vote's coming from.
I'm guessing it's Pittsburgh and Philly.
Okay.
If it's Pittsburgh and Philly, then Trump's in a good position. If it's all Philly, he's not.
Okay.
So, but I can't look at it because I had to leave the room so I can actually hear you guys. And so where this election will be decided is in these smaller counties that you don't think about, that don't have any sort of brand name cities, but their enthusiasm is what made the difference in 2016. And I think that this year feels more like 2016 than it does in 2018, 2022.
Selena, I'm wondering, are you getting a sense that energy and fracking are still playing any kind of role in the people's thoughts about the election and the turnout? We haven't heard that much about it in the last couple of weeks, but for me, Pennsylvania, that's such a heart of the fracking country. I'm wondering if that will have any kind of impact, in your opinion.
Yeah, I think it'll have a significant impact because there's I think in total, direct and indirect employment, almost 500,000 people. There's also farmers that are impacted. The Harris-Biden administration put a moratorium on LNG, liquid natural gas exports. Farmers get $193 million a year in royalties from exports. So, that impacts, then, it impacts down the supply chain in agriculture. And agriculture and energy are the two biggest employers outside of government in the entire state.
And what about, I was just curious because the last day, Kamala Harris spent the entire day in Pennsylvania. Obviously, this is her make or break state. Were you surprised that she would spend that much time in Pennsylvania at the very close of this thing?
Well, she only talked for 9 minutes in Pittsburgh. Okay. I don't exactly call that quality time as the parents say when they're talking about their children. That 9 minutes, I mean, you got a free concert with Katy Perry, but I don't know. I don't think the West is not where she wins it. She has to outperform tonight in Philadelphia if she can possibly make up what happens in the smaller counties.
And so just we got one more minute with you here. When you look at Pennsylvania, what do you be looking for between now and say when we know that will tell you, who's going to win the state?
If she gets up to 670, 700,000, it's going to be really difficult out of just Philadelphia. I should specify that. Then it's going to be very, very, very difficult for Trump to win. Look at Luzerne, look at Northampton, look at Cambria, Beaver, Cumberland, all of these counties. See how they're outperforming 2020. And that will tell you also what may happen.
Wow. Great stuff. You are the seer when it comes to Pennsylvania. We're so glad you took out time to be with us tonight, and we'll be keeping an eye on it. And
can we get her back on when Pennsylvania looks like it's
maybe
close?
we'll see if we can get you back on. How's that?
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thanks,
All
Selena.
right. Bye-bye. Bye.
Well, that was Selena Zito. She is the person who knows more about Pennsylvania, I think, than anybody I know, at
She's
least.
very granular. It's really helpful to talk with her.
Well, she saw Trump coming in a way in 2016. Not that she's for him or anything, but she was going out. She's one of these reporters. Andy, you were talking about this the other day, based on something I think Britt Hume said. What happened is she led the reporting. We were over reliant on the polls. Selena Zito doesn't do that. She just goes out and interviews people. Interviews county chairman of both parties. She interviews man on the street people. She does reporting the way. It's almost a lost art.
It used to be done, and honestly, that fingertip feel that you get, it's so true. You can't get it unless you're out there really talking with people.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, we're talking. I love doing this tonight because I get to talk to some of my favorite people. And the next person we're going to have join us is one of my favorite guests. She's always great. It's the great Emily Jashinsky. She's from Unheard, and she joins us tonight. I know she's very busy. She's probably doing about 50 other media hits, but she made time for us. So, Emily, you're here, and I don't know if you can see everybody the way this is set up, but we've got Carl Cannon and Alex Walworth with me. So, welcome to the program. I'm asking everybody, what's the vibe? What are you feeling?
Thanks. Well, so first of all, great to be here. Thanks for having me. The vibe is that Tom Bevan just replaced me on Megyn Kelly.
Oh, really?
So yeah. I just.
We wonder where he went.
It's musical chairs.
I just got off Megyn's stream. She's like, "We've got Bevan coming in." So that's the first vibe. But one of the things that we're tracking, looking at this stream that we're about to start with Unheard on the channel, is these geographic polarization is, it's honestly stunning what we are seeing, which is not entirely unexpected, but the shift, the degree, the level of shift that we're seeing in suburban counties towards Kamala Harris and then rural counties towards Donald Trump is outpacing even what I expected to see in those areas. And that just Florida, everyone's making a lot about what we're seeing from Florida right now. That shift in Florida, which is shocking, I think a lot of that is migration to Florida of people who want to live around those who look and think like them. And I don't mean look in any racial sense. I just mean look in like sort of socioeconomic, and they maybe have guns and they want to, like live outdoor lives, all that kind of good stuff. We are polarizing on geographic lines if these trends hold up throughout the next, several hours.
There was a reporter, the Austin American statesman named Bill Bishop. He ended up leaving the news business, forming a think tank, and he wrote a book. I think it was called The Great Sorting, or The Great Sort. And we've seen this now since on steroids. It was already going on, but Trump has accelerated it. And so, the Democratic Party going left on some of these social issues. And so Florida was 3 points 4 years ago, 13 now.
Yeah.
That's wild. COVID was another accelerator.
Yeah. So Emily, got to ask you about women. What do you see happening with women, especially when it comes to Donald Trump? I mean, are they coming out against him? Because that is the Democratic sort of case, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely need that to happen. They need a significant gain among female voters. It can't just be a little one. What we're seeing in the gender gap early was a mirror image between Trump and Kamala Harris, meaning women were supporting Harris at a similar rate to how men were supporting Donald Trump, which is really interesting and gets along what we were just talking about with geographic polarization. Like we're seeing sex, and Charles Murray wrote that book in 2012 called Coming Apart Sorting. We are now, it's all coming apart in more harmony, I should say, across those different layers, which is sort of an oxymoron, but that's really what we're starting to see. So if these early numbers hold up, it looks like what we didn't see is going to be the poll being significantly off in one direction or the other. It looks like the people who had their maps almost tied are having the best nights, where you had your map at like 268 to 270 something. Like that feels as though we're heading towards something that's really, really close, because nobody massively overperformed with one of those demos.
I'm wondering, Emily, what you think about how women have turned out on social issues. Do you think that a pro-choice movement is going to make a big difference for Harris, and is it enough to overcome Trump's strength right now?
Yeah, I think that's a big question. I mean, I talked to a couple of Democratic strategists. One young man who's been organizing like crazy down in Georgia, who said abortion is going to turn out tens of thousands of voters, they believe. But what he thinks is even more motivating is something I heard from another Democratic strategist, is these women showing up in focus groups. There was that very, some people were genuinely offended by it. There was that very interesting ad that Julia Roberts cut for a group. And it was encouraging women to, vote against their husbands. It said the ballot box, like basically the one place where women still have the right to choose, blah, blah, blah. And it was kind of tongue in cheek. And I was sort of confused by it. But a Democratic strategist told me that in addition to women who were animated by Dobbs, one of the things that had been coming up in focus groups over and over for him was women who were being motivated just because they really don't like Donald Trump. And so it's not just abortion. It's also that sort of democracy, lowercase d democracy, a big category, fuzzy category. We don't really know what it means to every individual voter. But in Georgia, you can understand where Trump had that big spat with Brad Raffensperger. That could be a really big deal among women who sort of see all of this as a cocktail mixture of democracy, abortion, and just Trump being kind of icky to them. So it's sort of the combination that gets people to the polls.
Well, Emily,
I'm curious though, but since we have Alex here, about that ad, about where which Emily referenced, where the women go into the voting booth and the voiceover something like, voting booth, you can do whatever you want or something like that. And they come out and their husbands, who look like kind of rednecks, I guess, say, did you do the right thing? And they say, yes, we did. I'm just wondering how that struck you. Did that strike you as an effective ad or not?
In my opinion, I found it offensive and kind of not demeaning, but kind of challenging women's authority and their intelligence and really their relationships with their husbands. I mean, I hope there aren't a lot of women out there who would be afraid to tell their husbands if they're voting for Kamala Harris. I just found it kind of off-putting, and it didn't work for me.
Yeah, Emily, you're a recovering cultural critic. So what did you make of it?
Yeah, I think that's one of the big things I'm looking for in the returns tonight, especially in the suburbs. And, it's always hard with exit polls, especially now when we have so much mail-in voting. You just kind of have to take them with a giant grain of salt and all of that. But yeah, I'm really curious if this Democratic strategist who I talked to, who obviously was seeing something real because Democrats wouldn't have cut that ad and they wouldn't have been sending Liz Cheney to all of those suburbs in places like Wisconsin if they didn't feel like some women were motivated by that. But we have seen professional Democrats be wrong about what voters want before. Yeah. So I'm here in the Beltway trying to see if that's a real thing. Democrats believe it's real, but I think it's a big test of what they actually know or what they think they know about female voters, because I'm skeptical of it.
And it didn't get as much play, but there was this sort of Dobbs dad ad, I guess they call it, which is basically a bunch of men going in, and they won't admit to their fellow men that they voted for Trump, but inside the voting booth, they all turn, they look at pictures of their daughters or something, and they fill out the little paper ballot, by the way, for Kamala Harris. So you're right. I mean, these not just the Democrats, but these ads are tested. They're thought about. They don't make them lightly. And these are two ads
or inexpensively.
Or inexpensively. You're right. These are two ads that are out there. So obviously the Democrats think that they're going to be effective. Emily, before I let you go, is there anything that you'll be looking at in particular in the next hours or so that we should be thinking about?
Yeah, and these Pennsylvania numbers are getting interesting. But, one of the things that I'm keeping an eye on, and I know you guys are as well, is places where Trump's margin has dropped, because I think that'll be very telling about what we see down the line as we get clearer pictures of the Sun Belt states. So are there places where Donald Trump actually has lost support in red counties, still going red? So I'm looking at places like Waukesha County, Wisconsin, where I'm from, the collar counties outside of Philadelphia. Is his margin actually dropping, and what will that tell us about the potential Sun Belt route to 270 for him? That's what I'm keeping an eye on now.
All right. Well, Emily, it's always great to have you on. Really appreciate it. I know it's a busy night for all of us, but it's a especially busy night for you. So thanks for joining us. You're listening to Real Clear Politics on...
Where are we?
Where are we? We're on YouTube. We're on our site. We're in your living room. Anyway, we'll be right back with more Real Clear Politics after this.
right. I don't.
Welcome back to Real Clear Politics. I'm Andrew Walworth. I'm with Sean Trendy.
Sean's back.
That's right.
Sean.
For now.
Sean, what have you seen that's interests you in the last since we last saw you about 25 minutes ago?
Yeah, I got to be honest. This one looks like it's getting away from Harris a little bit. We're seeing the Sun Belt states swinging heavily towards Donald Trump. We've already talked about some of the shocking results, like Loudoun County, Trump almost winning Palm Beach in Florida. At the same time, we aren't seeing the same magnitude of swings in the Rust Belt. And this is something people have been talking about all along, that, hey, the polls in the Rust Belt are pretty sticky. So I don't know. I think the scenario some people had talked about where she really starts to run away with it, wins big by 3 to 4 points, that's out the door. There's still this pathway, the 270-268 knife fight, where she pulls it off in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan and holds on. I don't think she's favored there at this point, but it's still viable for her.
Tom, what have you seen in 20 minutes since the last time I was with you?
Yeah, I mean, the same thing. I mean, we were just talking, obviously the Florida numbers, kind of shocking that Trump's running away with it that much in Florida. But he's ahead. I mean, he's ahead in all the places he needs to be ahead right now. He's running ahead 69% of the vote in. He's up 6 points in Georgia. He is up about, 5 points in North Carolina with 43% of the vote in there. So it is looking like Kamala Harris's sort of last hope is going to be, and maybe it was always her best chance, was this, the blue wall states. Maybe, if she's able to win Pennsylvania, and they'll be counting there for days, I'm sure, right? And she can win Michigan. But I do, Wisconsin is the state that we have had these big poll misses in 2016 and 2020. Mark Halpern's been reporting that his sources say that Democrats are really depressed and they don't have the turnout they need in Milwaukee, et cetera, and that Trump's folks feel good. We have her in our final average leading in Wisconsin by 0.4 or 0.3 of 1 point. So it's very, very close. And again, if the polls are undercounting Trump in Wisconsin by even 0.5 percentage point, he'll end up winning that state, and that would be all he needs.
Well, Carl.
Well, I'm seeing the same numbers. Donald Trump winning by 13 now in Florida. What was the last average, Tom, in the Real Clear Politics average in Florida? 8. So he's 5% better. That's if you're a Democrat, that worries you. But in Ohio, he's starting to pull away. Initially, when we talked to Richard Porter, that looked like he was underperforming there. I don't think he is.
He's up 8 now in Ohio.
He's 8 in Ohio, and so he's not. But let's take a step back from this. We have this map. We get down in the weeds. The Democrats are going to win New York and California. They're going to win all the West Coast. Illinois has already been declared. If they can win Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, I mean that's a mandate that she's she'll be over 50%. She'll win the electoral vote. So I think what we shouldn't, if you're a Republican, you're not seeing anything you don't like, but this thing is still going to come down to the 3 states we always thought it was going to come down to.
Well, except for one state which we haven't talked about, which is Iowa. Which closed at 9 o'clock. Wasn't drawing much interest until that shocking poll published on Saturday in the Des Moines Register, which showed Harris ahead.
Sean had a great piece about that.
Yeah. So, Sean, what do you think? Are you going to be proved right in Iowa?
Well, it doesn't look like there's real softness for Trump in the Rust Belt, and that was the real. No one, I don't think anyone really thought that Harris was going to win Iowa. If there was even a chance of it, you would have seen Harris or Walz descend upon the state, or both, because it would open up a new path to victory for them. Instead, I think what it might have suggested is, okay, he'll win Iowa. Maybe he only wins by 5. Not the 10 that he needs to win it by. Well, what we're seeing in the Midwest right now is consistent with him winning by 10, right where he needs to be. to be in it in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. So I think Selzer just got a bad sample this time. She's famous for not weighting her polls heavily, and that served her well in the last 2 elections. But I think this might be the election it catches up with her.
I read your piece, Sean, and what struck me was your statement that 1 out of 20 polls, I think it was, would be wrong, sort of no matter what. That this was the law of big numbers, and basically, didn't matter how good a pollster you were going to have an outlier 5% of the time.
Yeah, and by outlier we mean outside the error margin, just like flat out wrong. And that's just, even the best pollster in the world can't do anything about that, because that's just a function of the fact that we're not talking to the entire population. It's a sample. And there's uncertainty that comes along with it. It's just like, sometimes you really do get the inside straight. And she got it, but in a bad way.
I don't. I never get it when I play poker. Never.
Well, that's because you play fair.
The other state we talked about at the beginning of the night at 7 when the polls closed was Virginia. We were going to watch Virginia. Biden won it by 10 points last time. It's the largest margin for a Democrat since Franklin Roosevelt, 1944. Now that's with 54% of the vote reported in Virginia. Donald Trump's leading Harris. So that was one of the things, it's narrow, and he should probably end up winning the state, but that's one of the signs we looked at. If Trump was having a better night than expected, if he was performing better in the polls, Virginia would be close. Right now it looks like it is close.
Well, is that number likely to hold up? Because don't the suburbs of D.C. report?
Well, the Loudoun County's in. You got Fairfax, you got Arlington, and then the Tidewater. That's why I expect she will win there, but it's tighter than the Democrats would like it to be.
Yeah, I mean, Fairfax is 55% in. Prince William is almost 100% in. Loudoun's almost 100% in.
How about Richmond and the Tidewater?
So Richmond, Henrico County is not in. It's like 17%. Chesterfield, which is the more kind of new money suburb, is a third of the way in.
It's a Mitt Romney area.
Yeah. The city of Richmond's only 11% in, but it actually doesn't cast that many votes. They're just all for Democrats.
Yeah.
Look, Chesapeake is a Republican county. It's only about 10% in. I expect she'll win it, but if she only wins it by 5 points,
that's half as much as
2016.
That's 4 years ago. Right.
Well, another state where the polls closed at 9 o'clock is Texas. That was a state that the Democrats were hoping to pick up a Senate seat there.
They still hope that.
Yeah.
Come on, it's 9:25.
It's not happening.
No, Cruz is up 5 with 62% of the vote in, and Trump's up, I think 9, which is exactly where the polls were.
Yeah.
I mean, we had Trump at 9 in our average. He's leading by 9 there. So, and 63% of the vote in. So Texas is not turning blue, as the Democrats continually hope and always talk about.
Well, Georgia is now 6 or 7% with 3/4 of the vote in for Trump. So, yeah.
The Sun Belt's just getting away from her. That's the only way to put it. I mean, if you look at Texas, it's like the two rich counties to the north of Dallas, Denton and Collin, have both swung towards Trump. Williamson County, which is kind of the same thing in Austin, Trump lost it last time. He's going to win it this time. We still don't have much from those Rio Grande Valley counties that I'm kind of low-key obsessed with. So I'm going to, because that's what's going to tell. These are counties that are literally like 96% Hispanic. So if he carries them, it has to be the Hispanic vote moving his way, by math. So
Sean, let's play a game.
Would you like to play a game?
Would you like to play a game? Given how this has worked out, would Joe Biden have been the better candidate for the Rust Belt?
Oh, wait a minute! It hasn't worked out yet, Tom.
Well, no, I'm sorry, not for the up in the West.
Oh,
she still has a chance. I'm just asking. Biden was, Scranton Joe. This was the guy. He was, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She still has a chance there. I'm not saying that she doesn't. Of course she does. But would Biden have been the stronger candidate? Is it impossible to know?
No, I don't think it's impossible to know. I mean, look, the guy in theoretical Joe Biden, yes, But we all watched that first debate, and we watched the speeches he gave after. I mean, the guy had clearly
what he said.
Yeah, he didn't lose a step. Like he lost like 3/4 of a mile.
Wants to smack him in the
Look,
ass.
no, remember this. They have this debate. He performs poorly. They start trying to shove him out of the race. His staff says, well, he just had a bad night. So they send him out 4 or 5 speeches. He calls President Zelensky, President Putin. He does other things like this. He would have kept doing that from then until November, Tom. He would have. Did you hear
I'm sorry.
what I said? It's the worst Freudian slip of my life. He would have.
Hey, he's battling a lifetime stutter, Carl.
No, look, I think we should give her credit. I don't care if she wins or loses. She was. Andy said this the other day. I'm gonna steal his thunder. She's thrown into this thing. She didn't engineer his defeat. She willingly accepted it. Maybe behind the scenes happy about it, but she didn't do it. And then she's got 100 days to run this campaign. She gets it up and running. She's stuck with a lot of Biden's people, good ones and the bad ones. She runs a credible campaign. Win or lose.
Well, I did say this, and it would have been a tough spot for even a very skilled politician to try and be thrown in and also, distance yourself from the current administration, but also try and take credit for the good parts and keep the base together and all that. That would have been really, really hard for a highly skilled politician. She is not a highly skilled politician. And so, and I think, while she did give the base a shot of energy, at the end of the day, she just wasn't able to articulate enough for I think those moderates and independents.
Yeah, I hear that, but even if she was a very skilled politician, this is a difficult thing.
I agree.
She's going to say, she's asked these questions. Would you have done anything different? If she says yes, then the Biden people start saying, oh boy, what an ingrate. She says no, people, conservatives say, oh, see, it'll be more of the same. She was his vice president.
Yeah. Well, tell you what, because we've got a real politician on the line.
Oh,
so
good.
I want to talk to him. Greg Orman is joining us. Greg, welcome to the program. You're on with the boys.
Thanks, Andrew. Good to be with you.
Yeah. So I'm asking everybody the same question when I get them on here, which is it's a vibe election. What's your vibe telling you right now?
Well, it's obviously very early, but I think we're starting to see, as there was a lot of perspective that maybe the pollsters were skewing their polls because they didn't want to undercount Trump again. And I think what we're seeing is this election is as tight as the polling has suggested. If you would have asked me this morning what I think, I probably would have said I think the late momentum went to Harris and that I thought she had a better than 50% chance of winning. Right now, seeing some of the results coming in, if I had to pick it, I'd probably rather be sitting where former President Trump is sitting right now in this election. But, it's still very early, and we still haven't seen enough results from the blue wall states to really have a perspective as to where this is going to end up.
Greg, I got a question for you that'll be near and dear to your heart. Kansas, there's like 42% of the vote in, and Kamala Harris is winning. What's going on?
Well, there's over 50% of the vote in right now, and she's winning, but she's winning in large part because all of the vote is in the 3rd congressional district, which is Sharice David's district, a Democrat, and less than half of the vote is in the other 3 congressional districts. So we saw this, and we see this periodically in Kansas elections where the early results favor Democrats. We saw it in 2014 when Paul Davis was running for governor against Sam Brownback, and he was leading by 5 points through about 11 p.m. at night, and then the voting comes in from the more rural districts and tends to swamp the Democratic vote total. So I don't think we can read anything into it. I think it's similar to what we've seen in the past. But what we will see, I believe, based on the results in Kansas, is that it will be closer than it was in 2020. And I think that's just a reflection of the fact that Kansas tends to be a little bit more open-minded and isn't as solid a red state as I think some people believe.
Are you surprised, Greg, by Georgia, which is 50 right now, 3/4 of the vote in, 52% for Donald Trump, only 47% for Kamala Harris?
I am. I thought Georgia would be closer than that, though. Again, if you looked at all the pre-election polling, it sort of showed a slight lead for Trump. So I think anybody who's looking at the data sort of expected the outcome to be Trump winning. If he ends up holding this margin and winning by 5 points, I think that'll be a big surprise and a big shock, particularly in a state where he routinely attacked the popular Republican governor. So it would be I think a very strong performance for the former president if that margin holds.
Well, he even attacked the governor's wife, which was
Yes,
kind of an unheard of, even for Trump, a super Trumpian thing to do.
Yeah, but he and the governor made up, and that seems to have taken. At least I don't know about if he ever made up with the governor's wife, though.
Well, yeah, she was asked who she voted for, and she said, in the Republican primary, and she famously does not like Donald Trump, and she said, I wrote in my husband, which a more gracious candidate would have thought, well, that's charming, but it made Trump mad. He lashed out at her.
Look, Greg, I've got one more minute with you here. I'm just curious, what advice do you have for people for tomorrow morning or the day after, whenever we finally know who wins this thing? What's your advice to Americans?
Well, I wrote this in a column earlier this week. We've been in tough spots before, and whoever wins tomorrow, you're going to see roughly 50% of the country angry at the outcome, and in some cases feeling cheated at the outcome. And I think we just all have to remember that at the end of the day, we're one big family. We're in this together. And, the same way you've got relatives, everybody's got that crazy uncle that they don't agree with, or that aunt who makes her shoes out of hemp. We're all one, big diverse family, and we've got to recognize that we have to come together as a big diverse family and serving those things that we all care about, which I think is really about growing the economy, creating jobs and opportunities for people, allowing people to live their best lives, and ultimately leaving a better country for future generations. And I hope, regardless of who wins, everybody realizes we're in this together.
Well, Greg, words to live by. Really appreciate you coming on, and we'll be checking back with you, if not tonight, tomorrow or the next day or sometime in the near future. So Greg Orman's been with us, and thanks for being here. And now I want to
happy to be here.
Okay, great, man. I want to bring in someone else, an actual pollster, a real live pollster is here, Spencer Kimball. From Emerson, but he's looking like a news anchor. Look at that shot.
Yeah,
Spencer, you look great.
I'm a real life pollster.
Yeah, you got the Washington Monument behind you there. Where are you?
In front of the Washington Monument. I don't like to disclose the hotel. I don't need the paparazzi coming. But,
Spencer, it's Tom Bevan.
View.
Hey,
Tom.
So how do you think? I mean, any surprises for you? You look at this, and obviously you polled a lot of these competitive states. Anything jumping out at you as far as the results versus what your numbers showed?
Well, generally, Tom, it's a rare thing I can tell you is that they're kind of falling in line with where the numbers were for the last couple of weeks. Obviously, within a couple of points. I thought Florida was a bit of a surprise, though not that much of a surprise based on what we saw in the midterm elections. But overall, what you're seeing is an increase of Trump support, not just in these swing states, but what really caught my attention was Indiana and Kentucky pretty early on, where I saw he was doing 3, 4, 5 points higher than his numbers from 2020. And I said, wow, that could be a problem. It was similar to what I recall in 2016, when you started to see those returns performing better than the poll results. At this point, Trump is still overperforming the polls, but not nearly by what he did in the past. It's about 2 to 3 points.
Mm-hmm. Spencer, did you poll? I'm looking now. Did you poll Wisconsin?
We did.
And that's been the toughest state to poll for everybody over the last 2 cycles. I think our final average had Harris winning that by 0.3 of a point or something. Why is Wisconsin so difficult to poll and pick up on, what's going on there?
Yeah, we certainly had our difficulties in Wisconsin. In 2016, we had Clinton up by 7, and in 2020, it was around 6 or 7 for Biden. Now, the final result was by a half a point on either side. So we've tried to improve. Now, we were able to improve upon our performances in Michigan, Pennsylvania, between the 16 and the 20 election. But Wisconsin has been a bit of an anomaly for us. And that's why, as I saw our polling coming in at even or +1 for Trump, in my mind, I said, well, everything that I've seen, that's going to eventually move to the Trump side. Now, perhaps what we've seen is the Trump vote come out in a little bit more force in the polls. But generally speaking, they're less likely to take surveys. So when you get that survey data back, it's skewed towards the Democrats. And even though you can weight it back to the general population, it's still coming from a place that's skewed to the left. And so that's some of the difficulties that the pollster deals with as we deal with the raw data before we present it to the public.
Mm-hmm. Spencer, let me ask you a question about if Trump's if he's overperforming in Florida, why wouldn't he do it in Michigan?
Well,
to pick a
really
state at random, you know.
No, that's fine, because Harris didn't run a national campaign. She's only running a race in 8 states. And so as we watch these results come in, her numbers are underperforming in these other states, and that makes sense. So Florida's a state where DeSantis takes it by nearly 20 points in the midterms. Trump wins it by 5 last time. Now it's 20 points, and he'll pick it up by 14 or so tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that far off, but it might be Florida a bit of an anomaly down there of how they think and how they vote. But Texas's number's a little bit high. But now she has really campaigned in Virginia, in Michigan, and Pennsylvania. She spent most of the campaign in those 2 states. So we'll see. That's why her vote should be stronger in those 2 states. But with that said, her early vote, particularly in Pennsylvania, was not what I think she wanted. She had about 1 million votes. And in 2020, it was about 1.6 million early votes. And remember, that early vote breaks for the Democrat. And the Republicans in Pennsylvania had the same turnout in the early vote, 600,000. So they're looking for a big day of vote. And it'll be interesting as those numbers come in tonight if Trump's able to pick up a little bit more than the point we had him up in the polls.
Well, the other thing I want to ask you about, we were looking, we're all looking at these early states, trying to read the tea leaves, but we talked about Virginia at the beginning. And now there's 60% of the vote almost in Virginia in. Trump's still leading there. We don't exactly know where some of these votes are coming from. But that seems closer than Biden carried it by 10 points. That seems closer than the Democrats would like it to be, much closer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a real concern. It's turning more into the 2016 election. And if you're the Democrats, that's not where you want to be. You want to be at the 2020 election. But as you start watching these returns, you're noticing that some of the areas that Biden was able to perk up and get out, they're not there right now. Particularly some of the city vote. It's kind of matching what was there in 2020, but not doing any better out of, Fulton County and Atlanta. So there's only so much vote that the Democrats have been able to get out. It doesn't look like they've increased their base over the last couple of years.
Hey, Spencer, we've got just about a minute left here, and I want to ask you, when you look, it's 9:40, polls haven't closed on the West Coast, obviously. When you look at the next hour or so, what in particular will you be looking at as an indication of where this thing may end up eventually?
Well, I think we keep our eyes on Wisconsin. I think Pennsylvania is going to take a while to count the votes. And so it's most important is to count the votes. And let's not make hay too much of early votes, because you don't know if they're absentee or early vote or if they were the day of vote. So to me, I'm keeping an eye on Wisconsin. If Harris can pull out Wisconsin, she's still in the game. But if Wisconsin goes, I've always been in the camp that Arizona has trended Republican this cycle. And so I don't think she's going to be able to hold Arizona, and that's going to make a lot of pressure here on that blue wall.
Yeah. How come no one's watching Iowa? I can't believe this.
Spencer's not going there. He's not taking that bait.
Not going to take that bait? All right. Well, great. Hey, Spencer, thanks so much for being here. That's Spencer.
I appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks, Spencer. Appreciate it.
Have a great night.
Okay, have a great night. So you're watching Real Clear Politics. You're seeing us on the RCP website. If you're watching us on YouTube, and even if you're not, go to YouTube, subscribe to the channel. We're going to be back here time and time again. And we'll be back with more Real Clear Politics right after this.
Do we have somebody coming on?
Welcome back to Real Clear Politics. Tom, let's talk about the Senate. What's it shaping up to be?
Well, I mean, there's only been one gained seat, and that's West Virginia for Republicans, and we knew that was going to happen. Everything else that's been called so far has been holds by both parties, but when you look at this seat in Ohio, Bernie Moreno is leading Sherrod Brown now by like 4.5 points, and there's 64% of the vote in. So that is starting to get away from the Democrats a little bit, and that would obviously, that'd give them control of the Senate, assuming everything else falls the way it should. And then obviously the Republicans have the Montana race, which they are feeling like that should be theirs as well. So we're just starting to get numbers in New Mexico, which we talked about that race earlier, and that could be competitive, more competitive than people thought based on what's gone on earlier tonight in the Sun Belt. And then the Cruz race in Texas, there's 2/3 of the vote in there, and Cruz is leading by just over 7 points. So that one has also gotten away from the Democrats a little bit. Again, it was Cruz, it was Rick Scott in Florida. Those were the top targets. And then Deb Fischer in Nebraska. Doesn't look like any of those are really going to pan out for the Democrats tonight.
Can I mention Virginia, though? That with 60% in of the vote, Tim Kaine is only leading the
Hung Cow.
51.4 to 48.6. So that's pretty close.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Maryland. Also, Brooks is up.
Doesn't look like he's going to make it, Larry Hogan, does it?
53.8 to 44, but that's only with 57%.
I mean, that's going to be the Virginia Senate race is going to be potentially a pretty decent sized polling miss. I mean, we had, Kaine was up 10.8 in the average, and that was 5 polls that have been taken over the last 3 weeks, and 4 of the 5 had him winning by double digits, and
he could end up winning this by 4 or 5, but he's not going to win it by.
He ain't going to win it by 10, 11, 13 points. So that'll be a pretty big underperformance by Kaine.
What we're potentially seeing here is something we saw in 2020. For all the noise that was made about Montana Senate and South Carolina Senate in 2020, it was Michigan Senate and New Mexico Senate that were the close race. I mean, John James came 2 points from winning that Senate race in Michigan, and Ron Chetty was 5. And the Montana and South Carolina races ended up being double digits. We're looking at the same thing, right? If Kaine's race is 5 points, and we spent all this time talking about, Scott and Cruz and Fischer, and they win by double digits, it's.
Yep.
Why? Why? I mean, we know why, but why does this keep happening? Why can't people see the possibility that Republicans can just as easily, in fact, more easily, win in a Democratic +3 state like Virginia than Democrats can in Nebraska?
Right.
Well, and Sean, it's not just the media. The Republican Party is going to wonder, and they've done this before in Virginia, why didn't we put more money into Kyle's race? Why didn't we help him? Why didn't we see this either?
Yeah.
Because the Democrats saw it. They put Tim Kaine on Saturday Night Live. They knew he was in trouble.
Sean, who was the candidate, totally off the radar screen, that almost beat Warner a couple of years ago?
Oh, Gillespie.
Was that Gillespie?
It was Gillespie before he ran for governor.
That's right. That's right.
And that was the race where the pollsters spiked their polls, showing it getting close.
Yeah. And he came within a whisker.
Yeah.
That was another one. I mean, there's one like that every cycle where it's just not, it's a sleeper race. We talked about him earlier. Right. And again, there's a lot of Senate races out there still to be decided, so we could see some more surprises. But the fact that race is going to finish, in the mid-single digits or less is definitely a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. Well, we're about 6 minutes away from the polls closing in Nevada, Montana, Utah, Idaho, and Oregon. So of those states, I guess Nevada's the one that we're
Did you say Oregon? I hope you didn't say Oregon.
He started to.
I think I got it right.
You got Nevada right.
He corrected himself mid-syllable.
Oregon. I was thinking so hard about getting Nevada correct.
Well, it's not your fault. Why is it Nevada, but it's the Sierra Nevada mountains?
I know.
It's not your fault.
Right. And if you're drinking the beer, what kind of beer?
Sierra Nevada.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, my God. You
and
guys are embarrassing
it's
us
Salina, Kansas.
For the entire
Did
country.
you know that, Tom? And it's Salinas in California.
Tell me about Nevada.
Well, I mean, that's when is that closing?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Yeah, that's the one in that group that is the true competitive state. So the polls were actually really good in Nevada last time. I think our average had Biden winning by 2.4. He won by 2.4. 4 years earlier, Hillary Clinton won by the same amount. I think our average had Trump winning Nevada by less than a half a percentage point or something. And this year, obviously, it's very, very close. I think in our average, I'm looking for it right now, we got Trump up half a percentage point. So, again, if the polls, they were accurate 4 years ago, if they're accurate again this year, Trump was, he's got a slight edge there, but certainly it could go either way. Now, we've all followed John Ralston tracking the early vote in Nevada. It seems like it's been very positive for Republicans. The Democrats are going to need a huge turnout day of to offset the Republican early vote, which is kind of the opposite of how it's been in that state. Usually the Democrats have a firewall that they try and hold up against the Republican day of vote. So the shoe's on the other foot this year. And given what we've seen throughout the rest of the Sun Belt, I would expect, not making any predictions, but I would expect the Republicans feel pretty good about where their situation in Nevada right now.
Can we get back to North Carolina where we started off talking about early in the night? We now have 52% of the vote in. Donald Trump with 52%. He's leading Harris by 5. Sean, is that time for the Democrats to worry that?
Oh,
50.
It's
well 64% of the vote in. It's almost 2/3 now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't want to jump.
Past time to worry.
Yeah, yeah. It is like immaculate reception time. It could happen. I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility, but their chances of winning that state are pretty low.
So, Tom, was the poll? Is that an example of Donald Trump outperforming the polls? Another example? North Carolina was closer than that.
Yeah, it was 1.3.
Yeah,
and that's what he won it by in 2020. So,
right. If this held up,
this would definitely be
carried it
over performance.
Yeah,
it'd be more than he carried it by in 2016.
Do we think the hurricane was a factor?
I don't know. And everyone was talking about, Mark Robinson being a real drag on the ticket and all that. That didn't happen.
No. Mark Robinson was a permission structure.
Do explain.
To vote for Trump. If you are like a kind of old school Republican who doesn't like the path of the party, and you just have to you have to take it out, right? Like you're going to vote for your state rep because they're kind of old school suburbanite like you, your state senator, but you just have to spew your bile at someone. It's Donald Trump. But all of a sudden, Mark Robinson comes along, and he's even worse, right? I mean, he calls himself a black Nazi. Okay, now I'm going to vote against Mark Robinson. I feel good about myself because I've.
So you don't feel as bad about voting for Donald Trump.
Exactly.
You can.
I called that. I called that one as soon as that story dropped that it was actually going to help Trump. Wow. Same with Kerry Lake in Arizona.
Huh. That's deep psychology.
Yeah. This is next level stuff.
They don't hand out PhDs like candy, folks.
Oh my gosh.
Well, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, I'm looking at these. We're getting down to the nitty gritty here with. Michigan and Pennsylvania are going to take forever. It seems like.
Well, I'm not going to stay here until Thursday.
You may have to, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Wisconsin closed an hour later than Pennsylvania, Michigan, and has almost already counted more votes than Michigan, percentage-wise, and nearly as many as Pennsylvania. So,
although I heard Steve Kornacki this morning on MSNBC said that the absentee votes in Milwaukee, there was 100,000 of them, are going to be taken to a separate location and counted separately. And they thought it would be 2 or 3 in the morning before they were released, and that the state of Wisconsin had asked them not to do it, and Milwaukee had held fast. So there could be a November surprise there. In the wee hours
Just
of the morning.
what we need.
Yeah.
And I don't want to jinx anything at this point, but and we've been monitoring, a couple of the cable networks and all these other sources. I haven't seen that much about problems,
malfunctions,
malfunctions,
any of that stuff.
No,
it's been actually.
So I mean, knock on wood, but so far it seems like the system itself is holding up. Carl.
Well, 71% of the American people said in an early exit poll I saw that they expect there to be violence based on the result. Well, that number goes down if you don't have these problems. So I hope that holds up.
Well, I was talking to someone earlier tonight, and they were saying that in downtown D.C., not far from where we are, people have boarded up their buildings. The CVS has got plywood on the front of it because they're worried about civil unrest.
That's why I took RealClear Politics off our door and put on Little Sisters of the Poor.
Oh, no. That's even worse.
Oh, is that right?
They're the ones that didn't provide the birth control for their...
My bad.
Got sued all the way to the Supreme Court.
What about Georgia, guys? What do we know about Georgia at this point?
80% of the vote in. Trump's up 5 points.
Wow.
I mean, that's an
overperform as well, isn't it?
It is. It is. That's a 2016 number for him.
Wow.
I mean, we had I think we had about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11 polls in our final Georgia average, and Trump was leading in 9 of them. And most of them were 1 point in one direction. Rasmussen reports, though, had Trump at 5, and that's where he is right now. Now, we'll see where he ends up when all those votes get counted. It may be closer than that. But it looks like he's got that state fairly well in hand at this point.
Right, and the average there was, 1.3?
1.3, yeah.
1.3.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a pattern, lads.
Well, maybe.
Well,
90s young.
Again, I think it's important to remember what Sean said. We're talking there's the Sun Belt and then there's the Rust Belt. And the Sun Belt seems to have moved. Trump is overperforming in North Carolina and Georgia. We'll see where he ends up in Arizona, Nevada. He's overperforming, or he's on mark in terms of the polls in Texas. But the Rust Belt's maybe a different situation. Again, we don't have enough vote counted there to really make any sort of judgments.
What was the last number in the RealClear Politics average in Ohio?
I think we were at 9.3 was the average. Right. Let me double check that. Okay. Yes, Trump 9.3.
All right. Well, he's winning there by 11.
So slight overperformance in Ohio, and I think that would. Well, Republicans would take that as a good sign.
Well, my point.
And he did overperform.
But I mentioned that for a reason. If he outperforms by 2 points in Ohio, why wouldn't he do that in Michigan or Wisconsin as well?
Right, and in Indiana, which closed way back at 6:00 Eastern time, they've got 71% of the vote counted there. He's up 20 points. He won that state by 16 4 years ago, so he's 4 points better than he was there, and he's a couple points better in Ohio. So, I mean, I think that would be a good sign if you're a Trump supporter.
Andy, do we have another guest coming on? Because there's something else I want to talk about if we have time.
Yeah, no, I think we've got a little bit of time here.
Do
we have a little bit of time?
Sean,
on the understatement of the night.
Sean and I were talking in the break about this number, the democracy. Where was that? What state?
Oh, the AP Votecast?
Yeah,
no, that's national.
National. Okay, so how many?
Trump is winning 23% of black men.
I was talking about the democracy people who were worried about democracy.
That was
I
out
just
of
wanna put
Pennsylvania.
that random fact out because
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
But
No, that's good.
Let's stay on that for a second. Though. 23%.
Sorry, Carl.
That's all right.
We'll
We'll
get
come
to
back
the.
to that.
Hold on, but how significant is that?
Oh,
Sean?
it's huge. That's earth shaking. I mean, for all the talk, and I think my record as someone who doesn't exactly care for Donald Trump is well established in public. So I don't say this necessarily out of admiration for the man, but for all the talk there has been of racial divisiveness in this country and in the Trump campaign, if he wins this race, which it really is starting to look like he will, it's going to be with the most racially diverse coalition of any Republican president.
Since Nixon.
Longer than that. I
Well,
mean,
Nixon won 35% of black votes.
well, did he?
So 30%, yeah.
Okay, so since Nixon, and he's going to do it without running against George McGovern and without winning 62% of the vote in the country as a whole. It's amazing, and it's I think if you're looking for reasons to be hopeful, the fact that the vote between white and non-white vote shares is going to be so close is a good thing for the country.
Right.
It suggests maybe that the lawfare approach backfired.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean it'd be hard to pinpoint one thing, but that was certainly part of the mix. Okay, go back to the democracy thing,
Okay,
Carl.
Sean, the number on the democracy, what was it?
That was from Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Okay.
And it said 73% of people said that democracy was under threat in the United States, and Trump won those voters by 7 points over Kamala, 53-46 over Harris. That was in Pennsylvania.
So I
though,
want to
only.
talk about that because democracy is a word, Democrats use it almost as a slogan word. And it means to them and to their voters that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. There's an authoritarian. I'm not going to use the other words they've used.
Right. But it's January 6th plus, right?
And the idea here is that he did not accept. He's the first president we've ever had. He didn't accept losing. He started a riot. He fought. He had these electors. He did all of these things. And what they mean is that you can't have a functioning republic if the losing side won't accept the results of an election. And that to them, to Democrats, is so axiomatic, they don't take it any further than that. But I'll tell you who did take it further than that was J.D. Vance in the debate with Tim Walz. Walz made this point. It was his strong. Walz had a kind of wobbly beginning. He found his sea legs at the very end, and he brought this up and challenged J.D. Vance to defend what Trump had done. And Vance didn't want to defend what Trump has done, but what he said was, and I'm paraphrasing here, but there's other kinds of threats to democracy, and he thought that the Democrats were as much of a threat or more of a threat to democracy. And what he said was, he cited censorship. And this is an issue I've written about and I care about. He said, you also can't live in a country where one side tries to shut down the debate. This number in Pennsylvania makes me think that as many or more people accept J.D. Vance's theory of the case, and that democracy didn't help the Democrats the way they thought it would, because voters hear it, independent voters, and they think, yeah, you're a threat to democracy too.
Sean, you look like you have news.
This is earth-shaking. The New York Times.
Better than what I was saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Although I think the democracy stuff is fascinating. I think it is an important. I think it's incredibly important to talk about the authoritarian. The Republican authoritarian tendencies. I think are real, but they get beat to death. No one talks about the countervailing ones, or they're willing to make an exception to norms because we can pack the court. I mean,
thank you.
The New York Times needle now projects Donald Trump to win the popular vote.
Wow.
By a half point.
Wow.
I only know two entities that said this could happen. One was the polls, and the other was Andy Walworth.
Well, I think I said to not to denigrate my own prediction powers, but my scenario is that he wins the popular vote and loses the electoral college. That would be the sort of.
Wouldn't you rather be half right at least?
Yeah, well, I'd be half right. But talking about Sean, you talked about the New York Times, and I was struck, and we were talking about this the other night. There's a piece in the New York Times on Sunday by a couple of Harvard professors, and they termed this. They came up with this term, which I had never heard before, which was called defensive democracy, which was the idea that, much like Germany in the 30s, I guess, and maybe in the sometimes democracies have to suppress
the people
in order to save democracy. This is a word that a term I've never seen before, but I want to just put it out there. When you see defensive democracy, recognize for what it is, Carl.
Well, that's right. We have a phrase, Andy, you and I are old enough to remember that, the only two people in this room. It comes out of the Vietnam War. We had to destroy the village in order to save it. And you know, but it sounds like the American people are seeing through that, and they don't really like that argument very much.
It shows that you can be like a very intelligent Harvard professor doesn't necessarily mean you have to be smart. And I think those of us that went to Ivy League schools experienced that in real time.
I thought you were going to rescind your braggy comment about having PhDs.
Yes. But not from an Ivy League school. No, it's astonishing that you could have professors willing to write in the New York Times like, you know, this was an actual sentence. To be sure, there are real drawbacks to banning a political party. And it's like, gee, you think? Thanks, guys. Then there's actual solution. What they proposed was for like labor leaders and party leaders and newspapers and basically all the elite institutions, corporations, to go full bore against Trump.
Right.
And I'm just thinking to myself, like, this is
kind of did that.
Yeah, you tried that for one thing. Second, this is literally how you got Trump in the first place. Right? Like making people who want change feel like they can't get it. Someone once said, and I don't think this is entirely fair, obviously, but someone said during Trump's first term, if you tell people that the only way they can get what they want is by voting for fascists, sooner or later they're going to start voting for fascists. And that's the trap these morons, frankly, are walking into.
So do you think that if Trump wins the popular vote, we could stop having all this talk about getting rid of the Electoral College? You think that'll go away? No.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. But if he wins the popular vote and loses in the Electoral College, you'll have it double down. You'll only be hearing it from the other side.
Oh, the Republicans will say,
Yeah,
let's get rid of the
yes.
Electoral College. Yeah, that would be great.
Hey,
I mean, I know the New York Times Needle is now saying it's, you know, Trump has a 79% chance of victory, leaning Trump. And Sean, we talked about this, but, you know, it seems a little bullish to me. I mean, you get 44% of the vote in Pennsylvania, it's tied. You only got 16% in Michigan, and she's up 5 there. And you've got 35% of the vote in Wisconsin, and it's basically, you know, she's up 0.4 of a point there. So
and if she wins those,
I agree. It's getting to the inside straight. But sometimes, you know, what are the odds of an inside straight again? I mean, it's still possible.
If you give me a pencil and paper, I can figure it out for you, but you could Google it first.
Yeah.
Look, first off, if they're saying there's an 80% chance Trump wins, you don't round that up to 100, right? That's still 1 out of every 5 times Harris is going to win. So let's not get carried away with this.
Right.
But you know, the other thing, what they're doing is some of what we're doing. They're looking at what counties, and actually down to the precinct level, what precincts have reported. So if you're getting reporting out of, you know, Milwaukee County and Harris is up 90%, you say, oh wow, but like they can actually look at the precincts that are reporting, and maybe those are precincts that were 95% Biden last time around. So that's how they're generating those models. And I think we talked about this, maybe it was offline earlier. It's a Bayesian forecast. So they start out with a baseline, and then as data comes in, they update that understanding. In this situation where the data comes in over time, that tends to be a snowball. And so that's why you've seen that needle move kind of progressively towards Trump and not stop. And it's probably going to keep moving for the rest of the night. This is starting to look really, really grim for Democrats.
Well, on that happy note, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more from Real Clear Politics right after this. Welcome back to Real Clear Politics. I'm Andrew Walworth. And joining us now, once again from Florida, Phil Wegman. Phil's down there. And Phil, how's the cash bar? That's what we've been talking about up here.
Two of the bartenders tell me that the most popular beer of choice tonight is Modelo. I can report that exclusively. Otherwise, this is still a wait and see moment. There's an enthusiasm here as Trump hits his marks. He's making the layups with wins in states like Florida, Ohio, Texas. He's doing what he is supposed to put himself in a position for a push in some of these battleground states. And right now, votes are being counted in all of them.
So, breaking news, NBC News is projecting that Trump wins Iowa. Why is that funny?
It's very funny.
Apropos of nothing.
Yeah. We haven't updated
It would have been ironic.
It was never in doubt till Sunday.
Well, we'll see. I mean, he's up there. There's 41% of the vote in right now. Yes, it would have, but it looks like it's not to be. Anyway, just thought I'd throw that out there.
And they've called the Cruz race. Is that correct?
The Cruz race has been called. Ted Cruz is returned to the Senate from the state of Texas. He 70% of the vote in there, and his lead expanded to, over 8 points. So he's in solid shape and will be reelected.
Phil, do you have any insights into Trump's plans for the rest of the night at this point? What are you hearing?
We haven't yet heard when he will make his way over from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center. Mar-a-Lago is the nerve center of the campaign's operation. The convention center is where the party is happening. But right now, one of the bright spots that these guys are especially happy with as they wait to see where these swing states are going to go, they're happy with what they're seeing in Virginia, where he has a slight lead. They thought that they could be competitive there, but the thought of expanding the map of winning Virginia, that was always seen as sort of out of reach. So again, right now, as he makes the layups and has a few bright spots, they're increasingly confident. And, frankly, not much was going to change because Donald Trump was always going to come here to the convention center whenever he does arrive and declare victory.
By the way, Angela also Brooks is the new senator from Maryland. It's been called.
Well, I saw that. I wasn't going to tell our listeners. I didn't want Andy to start crying.
Well, that's interesting because Larry Hogan was one of the few Republicans who was betting on ticket splitting going the other way. He was one of the few Republicans who was trying to distance himself from Trump and get Democratic voters who were going to turn out for Harris to pull the lever for him. That strategy was always a long shot. Didn't work for him there in Maryland. And, Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is the hardest hit and had, some of these closer races or some of these other Senate races like a Texas gone for Democrats and there'd been an upset there, you better believe some of these conservatives would have complained that in their estimation, GOP brass was spending money on a race in Maryland that they had no chance of winning to elect not a team player.
So just to continue my Senate updates, we just got Pennsylvania just went to 50% in. Dave McCormick is 48.8. Bob Casey's 48.7 with 50% of the vote in. It's about as tight as you can be. Yep. Sean, 73% of the vote in Ohio, and Bernie Moreno has a 6-point lead. Is that race cooked?
It's getting there. He actually, if you look at it, Trump is winning the state by 12. He's running, up by 6 or 5. That's not. He's running way behind Donald Trump. So if that race does kind of close back a little bit towards an 8-point Trump win or 9-point Trump win, that is not a good sign for Moreno. So at the same time, that's not the trend in the state, right? It's been moving towards Trump. So I think Moreno's probably got it, but I wouldn't write Brown completely off just yet.
Yeah, 35% of the vote in Wisconsin. Tammy Baldwin leads there by about 42.2%. 49% in Arizona, and Kari Lake is running 8 points, almost 7.7 points behind Ruben Gallego. She is not getting it done thus far.
No, she was a long shot for reasons you talked about earlier. But, I don't know any Republicans who are counting on that seat. They were, in the last few weeks, were counting on Ohio. They thought they could pull that off.
Hey, Phil, is J.D. Vance down there as well? Where's J.D. Vance tonight?
From last I heard, Vance was still at Mar-a-Lago. I think they're going to come over here sort of as a general procession. But, as we talk about these Senate races, a Republican operative who's close to the Trump campaign just told me before I got on the call here that, his folks are feeling good about North Carolina and Georgia in the presidential, and they're expecting, Ohio and Montana to be called pretty soon. Right now, they see Hovde running ahead of Trump in Wisconsin as a good sign for him. But yeah, Republicans, they knew that it was going to be close, and this is the fight that they were prepared for.
Well, I think, Phil, we're going to let you go because you've got a story to write. We really appreciate you coming back on. That's Phil Wegman. He's our White House correspondent, and he's the man on the ground down there in Florida.
Get that story in, and then have yourself a Modelo.
Yeah, have a Modelo on us.
Take care.
Thanks again, Phil. So you're listening to Real Clear Politics. Andrew Walworth. I've got Tom Bevan, Carl Cannon, and Sean Trendy with me. Sean, you've been typing away over there. What are you looking at?
Well, I'm sending DoorDash to my kids. No, I'm just kind of going around. We've talked. I think we've talked about the presidential stuff. I was just looking at the Senate races, and I'm seeing, especially in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, those Republican Senate candidates running neck and neck with Donald Trump. So if the New York Times model is right and Trump does win those states, I think there's a very good chance he pulls those two candidates over the finish line with him. A little bit of a surprise to me is Mike Rogers seems to be running behind him in Michigan. And he was, first off, that's an open Senate race. And second, he was probably he was kind of like, he'd been a member of Congress. He was well respected. He was probably the one that I would have expected.
He was one of their top tier recruits.
Yeah. Don't know what to say about that, but we'll see. We'll see what the margins end up in these states. Still no news really out of Nevada.
What is going on with Michigan? Still at they've been stuck at 19% for like an hour. Pennsylvania's halfway done. Wisconsin's at 43. Arizona's even at 49. They closed. Michigan is stuck, and I don't know why.
Yeah, you're gonna get the you're gonna get the conspiracy theorists going with that. But no, I think sometimes you get the early vote cast. The early vote counted. Sometimes those ballots are pre-run, and then there's a lull while they start really getting the election day votes counted and turned around. So it's not really that shocking that happens.
And by the way, with a third of the vote in New Mexico, Trump is trailing Harris by 3 points.
Yeah,
3 points in New Mexico. And I think, didn't we say that Senate race is Domeninci's running about 6 points behind?
Yeah. So it's not going to happen. That kind of outside bank shot, long shot. We already had that called as a long shot.
Mm-hmm. And what about the House, Sean? Have you looked at any of these House results?
I really haven't. That's one of the things I was kind of trying to run down. The House votes take a long time because those House districts these days span multiple counties. And so all you need is like one county that's slow counting. And it'll mess the whole thing up. So it's usually lagging. Right now, things are shaking up pretty much exactly how we expected. Democrats are winning the Democratic seats. Republicans are winning the Republican seats. But as more and more districts and more votes come in, we'll get a better idea about things.
Right. Well, guys, we've got Dayton Strother on the line right now from Montana, correct?
Dane Strother is in Montana. He's a Democratic political consultant.
Yeah.
Dane, thanks for joining us.
No audio yet.
Oh, no audio? I'm seeing...
Yeah, camera, but no audio. No, he's connected, but no audio yet.
Okay, so
we'll have him in a moment.
John, our producer, who, by the way, John Soren is doing yeoman duty tonight. He is single-handedly feeding this thing out and switching it and doing all sorts of wonderful things. So big hand for John.
Not quite single-handedly. Where's
all right,
and Jake and
Alex?
All right, well,
chopped liver over here in the corner.
Ouch. We do this like the way we do it with the band. We don't introduce everybody all at once because that just like
that's right.
seems you know. Anyway, up. Well, we had.
Did we lose Dane?
He's reconnecting.
Okay.
This is live, folks. In case you were wondering, proving it. So now he is connecting to audio, and hopefully he'll be here in just a second.
Well, again, not to put too fine a point on it. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Hey.
Dane Strother, welcome to the show. It's Carl. Don't worry. All right. So, all right, Dane. So the polls have closed in Montana. What do you expect to happen? Wait, you have to drive all the way from Heroes to Dillon to vote? Wow. Okay.
So,
yeah.
Anyway, it's a beautiful drive. I drove by nothing but Trump, nothing but Trump. So, unfortunately, John Tester, when I say unfortunately, I'm a professional Democrat for everyone who doesn't know. John Tester is going to lose tonight as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Sherrod Brown's in trouble in Ohio. New Mexico's closer than expected. West Virginia's been declared. It looks like the Democrats are going to lose the Senate.
Oh, Democrats definitely lose the Senate.
I mean, it looked like that before, but now we actually have votes.
Yeah. This is no surprise. Sorry. So look, it's called balls and strikes. Trump's having a good night, and my echo chamber of texts and emails is becoming more and more morbid, and we're at the point where everybody's bucking each other up. Well, Georgia's not done yet. Yeah, Georgia is done because look where the votes are left. right? And North Carolina's done. And what Trump's campaign has methodically done tonight is very, very well done. They've closed her paths to 270. And there's only one left. And it's the blue wall in Nebraska. That's it. That's all that's left. And we won't know Pennsylvania for a day or two. Trump's already called today on Twitter. Call it what you like. That there's massive vote fraud in Philadelphia and Detroit. So he's sowing the seeds of doubt if necessary. It's from a Democratic perspective, it's a mess.
And that Iowa poll over the weekend that had every Democrat I know giddy turned out to be wrong.
I mean, she's the gold standard for Iowa. So I actually gave that credence.
Yeah. Well,
like a lot of people did. Dane, this is Tom Bevan. We were talking about that earlier, but even the best pollsters, you can get a bad sample.
There's a 3.5% margin of error, right? So all these polls for the last month that have just said 0.8, 0.3, 0.2, that's all baloney, man. You can't poll within 3.5%, 4%.
Yeah. I'm looking at these numbers now. So you mentioned the blue wall. This is kind of what's left. And it's not out of the question. You got 53% in the Pennsylvania. You mentioned they're going to be counting for a while, but she's trailing there by now 2.3%. Michigan, we finally got an extra update. She's up there by about 3 points. And Wisconsin is 49.2 to 49.2 with 46% in. So it's still technically live.
Without question. I'm not throwing in the flag. I'm just simply saying that there are fewer paths and the climb's getting steeper.
Yep.
So then it's Andy Walworth. Just when you look at this, stepping back from it now, and it's too early to sort of do a post-mortem on this, but do you think this was winnable for the Democrats at all? Because I contend that she's done about as well as a Democrat could do, given the hand she was dealt. But
Lanny Davis doesn't agree with you.
Yeah, I know Lanny does. Lanny and I don't. There are a few things we disagree about, but.
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't thought that through yet, right? I mean, I'm still saying it is winnable, right? And it's no longer winnable. I haven't considered it, right? I haven't. why'd they do this? Why'd they do that? Gosh knows there'll be plenty of recriminations and finger pointing. I won't be involved in any of that for the record, but I don't know yet. I mean, there's still the blue wall is the blue wall, and it's still there, and we'll see. I mean, look, David Plouffe built this campaign, the team built this campaign for the 0.2%, and we're going to see if the campaign they built for the blue wall for the 0.2% works or not.
Mm-hmm. Sean, do you think it'll work for the 0.2%?
I mean, it's not looking great,
Right.
But look, it's what we've been saying since the blue wall returns came in. You don't see the type of swings there and the overperformances that you're seeing in Florida and Georgia and places like that. So I think in a way that's to her credit, right? Like where she focused on getting it done, she's managed to kind of tamp down the Trump surge. At least it looks like that right now. We don't know how it's going to end up at the end of the day. So I think that's to her credit. And I will say, I think she did about the best she could do. I think it would have been better if she had maybe done a little bit more defining herself, less attacking Trump, because I think everyone made their mind up about Trump. But look, she was in a tough situation. And especially there, when she first got the nod, I thought that, okay, this momentum really might keep her going through Election Day. But around mid-September, that's when it looked like the momentum was starting to peter out a little bit, and she fought tooth and nail for this thing.
Let me throw out an idea to everybody. You too, Dane. If this blue wall strategy is cutting it pretty fine. Is there a chance? New Mexico and New Hampshire are like within 2 or 3 points. New Mexico right now is 9,000 votes. I mean, if you're only competing in 7 states, you can't afford to lose any state that you weren't seeing. And I'm wondering if they should have run a more national campaign, competed in more places.
I don't have an answer for that, right? Yeah. New Mexico's a surprise. Trump swooped through there the other day. He clearly must have seen something.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of work in New Mexico. I don't know. I'd have to see, how many young men voted in New Mexico. That's what this is about at some level, is how many young men voted.
Yeah. With Trump getting large number, how much, 43, 45% of Hispanic men in Texas. Well, New Mexico is the neighboring state, some of the same dynamics at play.
But it's looking worse. There's a county in Pennsylvania, Lackawanna, I probably butchered it, is a swing county, right? And she's winning it by 3. Biden won it by 8. And it's a county that other counties ape in essence. And so Pennsylvania could be difficult. We'll see. It's I got to tell you, it's not what I expected. But perhaps I was just too hopeful.
Well, Dan, I really appreciate you coming on and joining us. It's great having you here and get your perspective. We'll keep an eye on it. And you're right, it's not over till it's over. So we're going to keep watching it. You're listening to Real Clear Politics on Sirius XM. God, why do I keep saying that?
What's the matter with you?
It's because my mind goes automatically into
learning
flows.
disability.
Yeah.
You're listening to Real Clear Politics on Real Clear Politics.
That's what should be able to say. Anyway, we'll be back with more right after
Thanks,
this.
Dane. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Dan. Welcome back to Real Clear Politics. I'm Andrew Walworth, and I've got with me now Carl Cannon.
We're down to the stragglers.
We're down to the stragglers now. The boys will be back, but it's just Carl and me for a moment. And I want to talk about this New York Times needle, which is pretty amazing right now. Chances of winning, this is according to the New York Times, this is their live presidential forecast. And they say our model estimates the outcome of the race in real time based on polling data, the votes reported so far, and what we expect from remaining votes. And right now, the likely Trump, the chance of winning, 87% chance of victory. Pretty remarkable.
Yeah, that's if you're at the racetrack and it was 87% chance of victory, you'd get about 40 cents back on a $2 bet. That's if you're a Democrat, that's got to be depressing.
Yeah.
Especially because it's the Times, it's your house organ, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean consider the source. Electoral College estimate: Trump 298, Harris 240. Kind of a pretty big range they have for the estimate, but that's where they come down. Here's the killer popular vote estimate: Trump +1.
Yeah, no California votes have been counted yet.
But don't they take that into account when they're doing this kind of thing?
Nate Cohn does. He's their chief political analyst. He's a very smart person. But I remember 8 years ago, those votes from California kept coming in for weeks, and Hillary ended up winning by more than 2 million votes. So it won't matter if Trump wins all these states we're talking about, and he ends up losing the popular vote, Andy, by a few 100,000 votes. That's not going to matter. It will also quell some of this talk that's come from the liberal side of getting rid of the Electoral College. I'd just soon that talk be quelled. Mm-hmm. But look, this is so far a good night for the Republicans. And this popular vote thing shouldn't be a shot. We're thinking Joe Biden outpolled Donald Trump by 7.5 million votes last time. Hillary did by 2.5 million votes. But this is a different year.
Right.
And the polls showed... All of the polls showed the popular vote very close, and showed the swing states very close.
Right.
We got what we thought we were going to get. There's been a couple of races, Florida, for instance, where Trump did much better than the polling, but the polling seems pretty good. And this still is a close race. And I'm not going to quarrel with the New York Times. I've done that in my career. I've done that this year in a very public way. I wrote a rebuttal to a piece they wrote about us. But in this case, I'm just saying, look, it's a few more hours. Let's see what happens in Wisconsin. Let's see what happens in Pennsylvania and Michigan. Let's see what happens in Arizona and Nevada. So we got these 5 states out that we still care about. North Carolina and Georgia are not done yet. Trump's got a lead there, but it's not over. So I'm trying to hold my fire for another hour or two.
No, I hear you on that, and you're right. Anything can happen. I'm just looking at the full picture that the New York Times is drawing here. They also look at the 7 swing states, which account for 93 electoral college votes. Harris needs 4 of these battleground electoral votes to win the election, they say. Pennsylvania's got a 65% chance of going Republican. Michigan is 66%. Wisconsin is 69%. Arizona is 77%. North Carolina and Georgia both at 95%. So Nevada, they're not calling yet, I don't think.
Well, if these states go that way, Nevada won't matter.
Yeah, and Wisconsin, they say, is currently the most likely tipping point state. So I guess you shouldn't, going back to that popular vote thing, it isn't. I think your point, if I have it right, is that hey, if he wins or comes close in the popular vote and wins largely or wins big time in the Electoral College, that would sort of make sense. That would sort of be what you would expect to see, right? I mean,
it's a historic norm,
right? Exactly.
And it would also tamp down some of the anguish. The losing side is poised to say that it was jobbed. This is especially true on the Republican side, not because Republicans are by nature more prone to being sore losers than Democrats, but because the man at the top has a proven record of challenging this and wouldn't commit this time, wouldn't commit in 2016. He's not, to him, the biggest insult is loser, so he can't get his mind around that he might be a loser, so he can't go there. Well, that's my Bruce Babbitt I used to cover, he'd say that's not an equilibrium position for a democracy. But in this case, it would probably be good for the country if whoever won this won the popular vote.
Right, yeah.
I
It
think.
might settle things down a little bit. Yeah.
A little.
You know, we've been doing this tonight. Was an experiment. It was great fun. We're not done yet, but I do want to say at this point that John Sorensen has been producing tonight, done a fabulous job, and he's been assisted by Jake Bevan on graphics and running, his part of the thing, and Alex Walworth, who has been pitched in to help produce and keep
We
keep
couldn't have
the
done it
engines
without any
running.
of the three
Yeah.
of them. And in case people are wondering if they recognize some of these last names, we believe in nepotism at Real Clear Politics.
We need nepotism. And also our crew at XM has been terrific through this entire campaign.
we got on this. Those of you who follow us, we've been doing a daily radio show on Sirius XM, which is why Andy keeps signing off tonight saying we're on Sirius XM, which we're not. But we've been doing this show. We didn't think we could do it. We've done it. We've got a following. We've had fun doing it. I don't know when. I don't know how long we're going to do it. Maybe we'll do it forever. Maybe we'll do it at the end of the year. Maybe we'll do it to the end of this election. We're certainly doing it to the end of the night. And we don't. Look, Andy, I know what you're going with this. I'm looking at the same data you are. The New York Times, while we're talking about this, just upped Trump's electoral college estimate to 301 while we're sitting here.
Oh, right, yeah.
From, and I can read the election returns as well as anybody else, but I also think there's something about letting the votes be counted. We've had this, we have the permanent campaign now. These two parties campaigned for 4 years. We've had even in a truncated campaign this year because of the way Joe Biden's withdrawal, Kamala Harris coming in. But even then, it's been since July. Every day we've been talking about this. It seems to me we can wait another couple of hours for these votes to be counted before declaring a winner. Again, I'm not criticizing the New York Times. I'm just saying I want to see the votes.
Yeah, no, I don't think. Look, we're not going to call the election before the networks do, but
I don't necessarily agree with them either.
Okay.
We remember our friend Kurt Steyerwalt lost his job over this.
Right.
They called Arizona for Biden.
Right.
It turned out to be right, but they were just lucky. They didn't have the data really wasn't there, and so I don't. But when you have the votes counted, well, then you can call the state.
Well, then. I'll let you call the states when they call.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm calling New York.
Something that we've talked a little bit about is, and again, I'm not trying to sort of, end this thing early, but my position is that Harris has done a really fine job running this campaign, win or lose at this point. I think people should give her more credit than a lot of people are, at least right now, about the tough situation she was put in, unprecedented. Really just a couple of weeks to sort of launch this campaign, how hard she fought. And really, the strategy of concentrating, on a couple states, staying on message. She's been a fairly disciplined campaigner, and I think, we should.
I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that, but there's some things, and if Trump ends up losing, we'll point to him.
Right.
But let's talk about her for a minute. It doesn't seem to me that picking Tim Walz helped her. Mm-hmm. Now, it took Minnesota out of play. She's going to win Minnesota, but if the Democrats aren't going to win Minnesota, they have a big problem with the map anyway.
Right.
And he didn't seem to. She was. When she was in the Senate, with the possible exception of Bernie Sanders, the most progressive person on the Democratic side. And Walz is one of the most progressive, he's the most progressive governor I knew other than Gavin Newsom. And I don't think that helped her. Mm-hmm. I think this Nazi and fascist talk was counterproductive.
Well, you know what? Frank Luntz is on the line right now.
Let's get Frank into this because I've known Frank for many years. He's one of the most astute political analysts around. He was a pollster. He's a message guy. He's a good writer. He's a polymath.
Right. Well, Frank, you're on with Carl Cannon and Andrew Walworth. So welcome to the program. Thanks for making time for us. I'm asking everybody the same question. What's your vibe right now?
Oh, you're muted, Frank.
The vibe in the end is that Trump is going to win this election. And I've been trying to promote the truth in every focus group I do, in every survey that I do, in every commentary that I do. And in the end, I'm surprised. I know that there were elements of Harris's campaign that completely failed, and that I saw a movement to Trump right after Madison Square Garden. But what is happening as we speak is significant and meaningful. Harris never told voters what she was going to do in the first hour, the first day, the first week, the first month. And in fact, her peak happened on the day that she started to attack Trump and stopped talking about who she was and what she was all about. So guess what? We all know Trump. We all know his good, his bad, the ugly. We know about the language. We know about the criticisms. We know who he is. But we also know that inflation was less significant under him, that immigration was less of a problem, and that in the end, the voters chose, or they are choosing as we speak, they chose policy over personality because they like her much more. They trust her much more. They think she's got a better character, which matters to people, integrity. But in the end, they made a decision that he could fix the challenges facing America more than she could, and it's her own fault. Because in the end, if you don't give voters a reason to vote for you, if it's just a reason to vote against them for president, that doesn't work.
Frank, this is Carl. I agree with every word you said, but I want to ask you something. You know, if you think about this, these policies she was stuck with, not just because she was Joe Biden's vice president, but because that's where the heart of the Democratic Party is now. You know, this open border is pretty much their policy. They denied inflation. That wasn't her fault. But the Inflation Reduction Act, which has got this Orwellian name, actually probably contributed to inflation. The DEI, this equity that the Republicans love to criticize, but it's Democratic Party policy, and Kamala Harris believes in it. It would have been hard for me to see how she differentiated herself in the way you're talking about, because these policies that are unpopular are very much who she is, and she believes in them.
But she didn't have to go through those policies or things that affect us in our day-to-day lives. Carl, I hear you about the overarching philosophy, but in the end, a member of Congress, a senator, president still has to do things that affect people in their day-to-day life. And she could have done those things, particularly on immigration, that would have made a meaningful, measurable difference if she had said, this is what I'm for. But look at all the events that she held, particularly in the last 2 weeks, and all it was Donald Trump as a fascist. That was just plain malpractice. She didn't know any better, or she was poorly advised. And look, she could still win tonight. I mean, we're writing her off, but there's still some states to go.
Yeah, no, I'm not writing her off. Before you came on, Andy and I were talking, and I very clearly, there's still these 3 states, and she could win them. But she kind of underperformed, and we're trying to figure out why. And I think you're right. I just think it would have been tough for her to do, because she's kind of where the Democratic Party is right now on most of these issues.
But even not focusing on the issues, this was the number one complaint that we had in our focus groups, including one that I believe you put on RealClearPolitics, which is that they really did complain about Trump's persona. And they really are offended by him and how he talks to people. But the way they described it, they were going to hold their nose, close their eyes, and vote for him anyway, because at best, they had no idea where she stood, and at worst, they were afraid of where she stood. And that is something that she herself controlled. This is not Donald Trump messaging about her, creating this image. It was an image that she herself created.
But Frank, do you think that in those closing arguments, you're talking about sort of post Madison Square Garden, that she could have convinced enough voters to move in her direction? Or at that point, was the election sort of baked?
The election was baked after Biden's comment about garbage.
Right.
Trump's voters being garbage. He should have known better. And it was baked after Trump's comment about Madison Square Garden. So they both were hurt. But I'm speaking of the period after the debates, because the biggest mistake I made, and I'm admitting it, encouraging people to hold me accountable for it. I want people to know this. This presidential debate that was watched by 75 million people, I thought Trump was so bad, performed so poorly, that he focused, instead of focusing on prices, he focused on dogs and cats. That was impossible for him to come back. And I said so. I declared the election's over. And I was wrong. And I want other people in this process to admit that they were wrong and the things that they got wrong. Because, guys, the real reason why I follow this, why I agreed to be on this podcast, and why I read you guys every day is that Real Clear Politics is about real, clear truth. And in the end, the truth is the most important attribute that we're missing in America. We asked a question, gave them 25 different attributes. Truth won more than anything else, more than integrity, accountability, results, by far. The public does not know where to go for the truth, cannot even identify it or isolate it. And so the only way we're going to come back to the truth is for those of us who make mistakes is to admit it and take the heat and get yelled at on social media. Fine. I'm in the relentless pursuit of the truth, and the relentless pursuit of the truth is that Harris ran a crap campaign after having the strongest first 6 weeks of any presidential candidate I have ever seen.
Frank,
she went from nowhere to taking a lead. Trump is in the process of running away with the campaign. She comes in, dominates, wins the debate, and yet she still loses the election. That's shocking to me. And it's so shocking because that debate, that most important moment, didn't in the end matter. That's my surprise.
Frank, when you reminded me of in 2016, Hillary Clinton ran a campaign, and there, Lanny Davis and I talked about this, and he was advising Hillary, and you know, her theory of the case seemed to be that Donald Trump was a monster, and it was time for a woman to be president. And although Kamala Harris, you know, she had some good events when she said what she wanted to say, that seemed to be her theory of the case too. And the surprising thing about in Hillary Clinton's case was, I covered a successful Democratic presidential candidate who told me every single day for 2 years why my life would be spiritually, financially, emotionally better if he were president. And that person's no stranger to Hillary Clinton. It's their husband, Bill Clinton. And she didn't run a campaign like that. And so, but Kamala Harris saw that campaign. And the surprising thing to me is she modeled it a little bit. And she didn't do the things you're talking about doing.
To me, this was so easy on both cases. The Trump people should have sent him away for a month. He should have gone to Bermuda, Barbados, someplace warm.
Golfing.
Go away. Yeah. Golfing, whatever he's going to do, just go away, and he wins. In her case, she never crossed that essential threshold. And even if she does win, she's going to win so narrowly with a Republican Senate that's going to hold her accountable. And she has no mandate, or she would have had no mandate, because she didn't talk about anything. She didn't promote anything. And on the two issues that matter most, her campaign was an abysmal failure. Prices, because it's not the economy. It's not even inflation. It's affordability, prices, costs, getting through the day, being able to get the food and the gas and the healthcare and the housing that you want. There's nothing there. And they tell me, as a final point, they tell me that she talked about it all the time and I'm being unfair. Remember, it's not what you say that matters, it's what people hear. And the fact is they never heard it from her because she never said it in a way that people grabbed onto it and understood it. And that probably has done her in.
You know, Frank, you were talking about truth. I think that's an important concept and certainly something that we try to take seriously at Real Clear Politics. If she loses, and they lose the Senate, and they lose the House, will there be sort of a gnashing of teeth within the Democratic Party
and a reckoning,
and a reckoning, or is that not going to happen in your view?
It's absolutely going to happen because we eat our young. We turn on each other. There's no grace, I think is the right word in this. There's no appreciation. Tonight I was on a Zoom call. I'm teaching up here at West Point, and I'm on a Zoom call with Jeffrey Pollack, who's one of the pollsters for Harris. And I had genuine empathy for him because I know that he was struggling, and I appreciate where he is. We may support different candidates. We may have a different approach. But he's a friend of mine, a genuine friend, a good human being. And I feel for him. And I want him to know that. We have candidates now that run for office, including the top 2 nominees, that don't have that empathy, don't have that grace. And so our politics is going to turn against each other. And if the Democrats have nothing, if, as you say, the Republicans win all 3 branches, oh my God, I would not want to be in that caucus when they all return on Monday or Tuesday of next week, because people are going to get killed. I mean, it's going to be awful. But you know what? They have to see America differently. And they have to realize that in the end, if you don't talk about the things people care about, they will not vote for you.
And is part of that to look at this sort of, multiracial coalition that Trump has put together, that for a guy who has been called a racist and a fascist and all these terrible things, he's probably going to have, we were talking about this earlier, more African-American voters voting for him since any candidate since Richard Nixon. You've seen this break in the Hispanic voting bloc towards him. Will the Democrats look at that and say, okay, those were our people, they're leaving us?
And in fact, I want you, if you can pull up and put on your website, because this is relevant, what we got, we have 2 focus groups. We have men who are Democratic voters. They had supported Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, and they left, and they were supporting Donald Trump. These were Democrats who saw more in Trump than they did in Harris. And there's a second group of African-American men who also were supporting Trump. So I urge you to pull both of those up and put them on your site, because they will effectively explain what just happened. It's not that they have embraced Donald Trump. It is that they have rejected the Democratic Party. And there's a big difference. It's not that Trump won them because they're black or Latino or whatever their ethnicity, age, gender. It's that they felt like the Democrats offered them nothing, that they were pushed away, ignored, forgotten, betrayed even. And so they said, we've had enough. So don't assume that this is a Republican victory, but do assume that this is a Democratic loss.
Frank, can I ask you a question? It's almost a cliche. We say vice presidential nominees don't matter, but my gut feeling tells me that this year it may have mattered, and that Harris, neither of these candidates expanded their base, by their choice, but that J.D. Vance emerged. He had a rough start, but his debate with Walsh, he acquitted himself well, and people actually came to like him and see, you've got a 78-year-old president. It seems to me a critical mass of voters began to see J.D. Vance as a potential heir to Trump. You think I'm reading too much into this?
No, you're absolutely right. And his debate performance was so shockingly, for what he had been portrayed as, and for previous quotes, his debate performance was one of the best, not just of this election cycle, but of all politics. The last time I saw a vice president do such a good debate was Dick Cheney with George Bush back in 2004 against John Edwards. And this was that significant. It was that powerful. And people were shocked at how well he did and how badly Waltz did. And that was a key turning point for Trump. And if there's any justice in the world, Trump will turn to him and say, thank you for changing the narrative and for putting me back on the right track. I don't know if Trump has the capability of doing that.
Doesn't quite sound like him, does it, Frank?
No, it doesn't. And gentlemen, I actually have to run.
Thank you very much for being with us.
I do urge you, take those 2 groups. One of them is African-American men and the other is all men, because I think that'll help explain what just happened or what is happening this evening.
All right. Frank Luntz, thanks so much. Okay. So that was the great Frank Luntz. Interesting stuff. Yeah. He's ready to call this for Trump.
Yeah, but he pulled back from the abyss a couple of times.
Yeah, right.
I'm not willing to call it for Trump. And for all I know, I'm not watching these other networks because I'm with you, Andy, my dear friend and colleague. But I don't know if other people are calling it, but I'm not calling it yet. You still have these 3 states out. She has a path. But some of the But it was interesting because Frank didn't hear us talking, but you know he provided the answer to what we were talking about. You and I were explaining Kamala Harris was dealt this hand and she had to play it and she didn't have much time to think about it.
Yeah.
But you know, late in the game, he thinks she should have talked to ordinary Americans, not people who think Trump's a fascist. People who already know they don't like Trump.
Yeah,
but she didn't close the sale with them because they thought she wasn't talking to them, or because she thinks the Democratic Party policies are just an anathema to them.
Yeah. I'm not sure I totally disagree with Frank about this. I mean, I think that two things can sort of be true. That she was dealt a really tough hand. She played it pretty well, in my view, but she made a few mistakes at the end. I'm not sure that sort of the closing argument could have changed as many minds as people think. I don't believe there were a lot of undecided voters out there at the end of the day. I think they tell pollsters that because why not?
It didn't.
And I think
it didn't look like in our poll there were many undecided voters, and half of them may have stayed home.
Right. And I saw a poll earlier, an exit poll. 80% of voters said they had made up their mind before September. We had early voting like we've never had before.
Right.
So I don't put a lot of stock in what could have happened in the last week of the campaign, and I'll think about it. But like I say, I thought she did a pretty good job, all things considered, given the hand she was dealt. Well, you've been listening to Real Clear Politics. It's 11:18. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have some closing thoughts. But stick around. Thanks.
Welcome back to Real Clear Politics. It is almost 11:30. I'm Andrew Walworth. I've got with me Sean Trendy and Carl Cannon. And Carl, since we last spoke, what's been happening?
I've been very assiduously not wanting to call it, but but Sean is telling me that I'm being overcautious.
Sean,
right
are you
now,
ready to call it?
Right now, Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania. He's leading in Wisconsin, narrowly behind in Michigan. We just had Frank Luntz on, Sean, and Frank also trying to be careful, but he said, I'm not calling, but then he did the post-mortem.
Yeah. So look, this is what's going on. If you look at where results are in Wisconsin, so Trump's up by 80,000 votes by what, 3 points, 3.5 points?
Right.
Dane County, there's only a handful of Democratic counties. Dane County is one of them. It's 85% in, so that's pretty much done. And then there's a couple swingy counties that are, mostly in, but they don't matter. Milwaukee is only half in.
Right.
That's
going to be heavily for Harris.
Yeah, well, probably. It depends where in Milwaukee, right? If it's southern Milwaukee, it's not Milwaukee City, it's Milwaukee County. So if it's southern Milwaukee County, that's not going to be Harris. Okay. And that's what this is about, is that they're saying, well, we don't know. There might be a big dump of ballots somewhere in the city of Milwaukee that surprises us and pushes her over. If I were a corporation that had been involved in 2000, I would be very, very reluctant to call someone when there's still a chance, right? Because we famously had Florida called and uncalled and called again, but that's really what this is looking. It is really, really looking grim for her.
Yeah, 50.6% in Wisconsin, with 67, more than 2/3 of the vote in Andy, 47.8% for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania even slightly larger lead for Trump in Pennsylvania.
And the New York Times Needle has Trump up to 89% chance of victory. So,
yeah,
they're sort of seeing the same thing, I guess, John.
Yeah, it's what we were talking about because of the way that it's set up. It's just like a ball that rolls. It just kind of goes down the track, and yeah, it's. It's just really looking grim for Harris. And now I think we're the really more interesting. There's two interesting conversations. What happens in those Senate races in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan? It looks like Trump will win by 2 to 3 points. The Republican Senate candidates were trailing by 2 to 3 points. Those are going to be really, really close. They might all be litigated. The other question is the House, because House results tend to trail. Republicans could lose the House.
Doesn't the House usually go with the popular vote in the presidential race?
I don't think they're going to lose the House.
Okay.
But it's also not quite like you guys are old enough. It's not Judy Tenuta like it could happen, right? Like it could happen.
You mean there's a chance?
Yeah, there is a chance. Exactly. You're saying there's a chance. No, there's a real chance Republicans could still lose the House. So there's still.
We may not know that for weeks.
You might not
if it comes out as California races. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. Those are the interesting questions, though. To me, the presidency is not that interesting because it is kind of getting into.
You mean it's not that interesting because you think it's over?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
When do you think that the networks will call this thing? What do they need to see before they'll call it?
Well, they're clearly threatened by our podcast and the numbers we're racking up. So my assumption is as soon as we decide to call it an evening, they'll call it.
Yeah, look, I think, again, you kind of look at it from their point of view. They have two. First, there's the traditional concern. We don't want to Bush v. Gore it again, right?
Well, in that case, Gore conceded to Bush in a phone call.
I know.
It wasn't really the network's fault.
Yeah, I know. But they don't want to Bush v. Gore it again. And I think more importantly, they don't want to Bush v. Gore it with Trump, right? Like they don't want to be the ones to call it for Trump and then have to uncall it. So there's like two kind of pressures on them to hold off making the call. But I just.
There's a psychological. They don't want to call it for Trump at all.
And they don't. Yeah, I guess there's a third one. They just don't. They don't want to make that call if they don't have to. So they're going to take their time. Look, we caught flack in 2020 because we held off calling Pennsylvania for like 4 days. Our stance there was it's exactly what it is now. There's still a lot of votes to be counted in Pennsylvania. We agreed that it was highly unlikely that Trump was going to win Pennsylvania, but it was a responsible thing to do. I think it's responsible for the news networks to hold off making an official call, which is why I'm not making an official call, even though I do kind of think it's over.
Yeah, I want to make that clear. We're not making an official call. We're just reading the same tea leaves that a lot of other people are reading, and we're talking about it. So, the dog that didn't bark seems to me, at least so far, is the idea that somehow the election system itself would not operate, or that there would be violence or breakdowns or something. But, watching the coverage tonight, Carl, it seems pretty like the voting machines worked and voters turned out.
It's too early for that too, Andy.
I'm just saying that at this
problem
point,
in Milwaukee.
that was a story that I
There's a problem
expected
in
to be a
Milwaukee
bigger part of
with
this
the
thing.
voting machines. We haven't heard all the, Jesse Jackson isn't around anymore to claim voter suppression, but let's not get over optimistic that there's not going to be trouble either.
Well, Tom Bevan is joining us now.
I'm back, baby.
What are you looking at that's interesting to you?
I mean, look, we're getting down to it now, right? And Trump just remains in Pennsylvania in particular, which is the key state. I mean, if he wins that, it's basically over. And, you got almost 80% of the vote in there, and he's maintaining a lead of 3.5 points. And that is going to be, and I know that the Harris campaign sent out a memo saying, listen, still a lot of vote out, and they're saying they've overperformed their turnout targets in Philadelphia and the like, and there's a lot of votes still to come in. I mean, putting sort of trying to buck up the troops here as we get later into the night, but that number has to close for her, and it has to close quickly because that's a lot. They're going to need a lot of votes to come in, and clearly there's still some Trump vote out in Pennsylvania as well. So that might be the whole ballgame. We won't know that tonight.
But as of right now, 11:37 p.m. in the East Coast, she's trailing in all three of the blue wall states to Trump: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. She's not leading in any of them. She's not leading in any of the swing states.
Do we know anything about Nevada?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No reporting. Even though I thought they closed
a
at
few
10
minutes
o'clock.
ago.
Oh, was it 11?
No, they closed at 10.
Yeah,
So
I
they've
thought
been closed
did
for
10. So that's
Really?
an hour and a half. I thought we'd be hearing out of Nevada by now, especially with all the early voting that was.
Yeah, they haven't reported anything. So,
but 80% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Trump has 51.2%. She has 47.7%. That's almost 200,000 votes to make up. That is a lot.
and you get 70% of the votes, 69% in Wisconsin, and Trump's got almost a 3-point lead there as well.
Yeah.
But she's back in Virginia. She's got about a 3-point lead in Virginia right now. So that's smaller than people expect.
It's a 7-point swing from 2020. I mean, that's not great news.
Well, it's almost 4, but yeah, that's right. It's going to end up being 5, but that's half of what it was in 2020, and it's what it was in 2016. And there was somebody on this panel, who was it earlier, said this feels like 2016. Hello. It does feel like it's starting to feel that way, isn't it? I'm sometimes slow on the uptake.
Well, Carl, I got bad news for you, pal.
Okay.
You're going to owe me a bottle of wine, I think, because I'm looking at these 7 battleground states, and they're not split in 4-3.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna make a call, Sean. I'm gonna do a projection. I'm not calling the race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, but I am projecting that I lose the bottle of wine to Tom Bevan.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, guys, we've been on the air for quite some time. I want to thank you guys all for doing it. Tom, give us your final thoughts, and we'll go around the table, and then we're going to close this thing out, I think.
I mean, look, we always knew that this was a race that was going to be close, but had the potential to be sort of a sneaky, landslide. And that one of these, and this goes back to the point we were just making, that, how this happens is like one of the parties has a good night, right? One or the other. And they win a lot of these close House races, and they win a lot of these close Senate races, and they win a lot of these close battleground states. And it looks like Republicans are having the better night, and they're winning in all of these battleground states that were close. They've won a bunch of Senate races. They've picked up 2 seats thus far, and they're looking like, Rogers is ahead now in Michigan. McCormick's got almost a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania with 80% of the vote in. Hovde's leading in Wisconsin. And obviously Sheehy's like blowing the doors off. Well, there's only 8% in there, but Sheehy's, favored to win that race as well. So Republicans look like they might win, the vast majority of those Senate races, and they could end up with, 53, 54 seats, which is substantial. And obviously they'll probably end up winning the House as well if that's the case, and so they'll have control of unified control of government.
Well, I want to go to Sean, and then
Well,
Carl, I'm going to give you the last
tee
word.
Sean up, and then you can do that. I just want to save something that Sean would be too modest to say in his own. Sean saw this coming in these Senate races, Tom, and we had him on the radio on our Sirius program, Tom, Andy, and he, you looked at these Senate races. We knew they were going to tighten, but if Trump was going to carry these states, there wasn't a real rationale, especially in the open seat, Michigan, that they wouldn't win that too. And so I wanted to say, Sean saw this coming in these Senate races. But go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll give a big picture that. So I'm a big fan of the way U.S. government is set up. I know the structure of our government gets people don't like the Senate or they don't like the Electoral College, but one thing I think the founders did right was in 2 years, 22 months from inauguration, the voters get to come back. And they get to say, okay, I think you did a good job or I think you did a bad job. No majority is permanent. And, January 20th, assuming Trump is sworn in, it's going to be his track record that's on the line. So, if Republicans have the night that it looks like, they should feel good and they should celebrate. And Democrats should, I understand feeling down. But then the elections start up again. It's the genius of the American system.
Carl?
Well, yeah, and I'll say in closing, this is not saying nobody else can speak, but this is the last thing I'll say tonight. This looked like a very close election. It has for months. It's even if the Republicans win all these Senate seats Tom's talking about, even if Kamala Harris loses all these swing states, she's going to lose them very narrowly. This is a close election. The polls are pretty good this year. The RealClearPolitics average was really good this year, but we're still we're a very divided nation, and my hope is this. And Greg Orman expressed it earlier, and Andy, you and I have talked about this on our show. I've written about it. We've got it. You accept this loss. You do the post-mortem. Trump should not overinterpret this mandate. He will, but his party shouldn't. And the Democrats shouldn't, completely go back take their party down to the studs. If they lost a close election, maybe there's some things they could have done better, and maybe they need to appeal more to working class people and people with traditional values about work. But we need to figure out a way not to have these elections be, you're a Nazi, you're a communist. If I lose, democracy will end. It clearly won't end, to Sean's point. We'll pick it up again tomorrow. We're gonna have more elections. So I would hope that the adults in the room in these political parties would realize what just happened. We had a close election.
Yeah. Well, guys, you know what? This has been a great experience. I want to thank RealClear Politics for letting me be part of this tonight, and for the opportunity to do the radio show as well. And we're going to leave it there. My name's Andrew Walworth. I'm with Sean Trendy, Carl Cannon, and Tom Bevan. So on behalf of them and everyone here at RealClear Politics, thank you for listening. And we'll be back tomorrow on the radio talking more about what's happened between now and then, picking through the bones. Thanks for watching. Have a great night.
Okay.